how do you go about this? About this whole thing, like,
Hey owner, sorry for interruption. I just wanted to ask you what's the meaning of agnostic? So you are basically unaware. Unaware, like you think it may exist or it may not exist as well. You are uncertain about that thing. Oh.
all right. I think it's a good segue into the conversation that you said there's no good evidence for the existence of God, right? Like, what kind of evidence are you looking for? Like, what's your a golden standard or criterion that should be met, and then you would say, "Yeah, I believe in God now." So, what are you looking for? What is convincing? Convincing is very nebulous and vague, don't you think? Oh yeah, correct. Yeah. Oh yeah, sure. Of course. I think most of the things boils down to belief
Mm.
because we
So
don't have the knowledge of most of the things that we talk about. For I'm talking
so
from a commoner's perspective, but you didn't really answer my question. I think you were a bit evasive, to be honest with you, because it even though it's subjective, but you didn't really outline the criterion for me, like for clarification. You said okay. You talked about the food. Okay, please go ahead.
I have a question. Like, may I ask you a question? Okay.
Mhm. Oh yeah. Mhm. Absolutely. I get it. No, right. Mhm. Why not? Hold on. I would like to ask. I get it that personal experiences and the testimonies are not enough for you. I get that. Sure. Of course, I won't blame you. Uh-huh. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh yes, I do believe in God. Just God, the creator. The first cause. But again, I'm not a deist who believes that God does not have the will. I believe that God has, like, if God did not have the will, then the universe cannot come into being. So I'm not a deist. I believe in God, the only one God. So the only one God. It can't be two. We can talk about this logically. It can't be two, it can't be three. It has to be one. So yeah. So I believe in that God. Whether you want to call it Yahweh, you want to call it Allah, you want to call it Brahma, whatever you want to call it. I don't care. But I believe in just one God. Okay. Yes. Carry on with it. Mhm, 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 mhm. Yeah, I did. Mhm. This is ridiculous. I get it. No, this is preposterous and ridiculous to say the least, philosopher. This is ridiculous and preposterous. No, I mean, No, like, this is just so wishful that, whatever you would utter from your hold on. No, hold on. Like, what? No, no, no. We again, I'm saying you hold on. What I'm trying to say is that no, 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 no. I get it. I get it. Let me finish my thought. Let
Bro,
let
like
let me finish my thought.
and then answer,
Let me
man.
fi
Why are you
let me finish my
talking?
thought. Let me finish my thought. What I'm trying to say here is that this demand, so-called demand that you're putting forward, I believe it's just preposterous. Like, what makes you think that you're gonna utter something out of your mouth and it's just gonna miraculously happen? And like, if it does happen, what happens? Like, whatever you like, religion you believe in, whether it's Christianity or Judaism or Islam, let's say the Abrahamic religions, the whole, uh if you so-called house of cards, because from your perspective it is a house of cards, it just comes crashing down. It just can't, like, you are asking for, like, something that's impossible from the very perspective of the religions that are, maybe trying to engage. Okay. Okay, I get it. Hmm. Okay. This is self-defeat this is self-defeating. This is self-defeating. Why is it self-defeating? Because it's self-defeating. No, hold on. It's self-defeating because, the very thing that we're trying to do here is, it, of course, it's it's an amazing, no, no, if no, you are taking what I said out of the context. Yeah, really. But the but but again, like, the standard that you set, like, should follow the laws of nature as well. Like, what makes you your laws of nature. What makes you think that, just because you, like, any, like, Tom, Dick, and Harry, who wants to believe in God, and God is just gonna abandon or give up on the laws of the nature and just, perform a miracle in order for you to believe? Like, this is just ridiculous and preposterous, as I said earlier on. Doesn't make sense. Hmm. Hmm. But how can we have a conversation then if you don't set, like, standards that's achievable, like, something that can be met? How can we even have a conversation? In other words, in other words, you're saying In other words, you're saying we can't even have a conversation. Did. It doesn't mean that he would. It it's just a non sequitur. It's a non sequitur. No, I mean, no, okay, I get that, but still, what I'm trying to say is if you set like the bar so high, like for something. No, it is. No, I'm not believers. It was God who did it, not the believers. No, I mean, this line of conversation cannot, progress if you don't change your criterion. I mean, my problem is that I want to have like a fruitful dialogue with you, but if you set such a standard, I mean, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. If you want me to, like, let's say, if you think we cannot have a conversation, I could leave, but still, I would like you to humor me, and I humor you, and we could maybe negotiate something that's more workable. Because what are you doing right now? Uh, yeah, it is impossible. It, I don't think so. Like if you keep pressing, if you That's right. If you keep pressing for the same evidence, then to be honest with you, I can say it with like 100% certainty that you would never believe in God if that's what your standard is. But I mean, I'm just saying this is just uh, this defeats the purpose of this conversation. That's the problem. It does, dude. Why can't you? Why can't you see that? There are there there are logical arguments for the existence of God, but your standard, I mean, if we could work through it first, because this is why I want to start this conversation this way, by at least establishing what is it that you're looking for. But you have made it very clear to me that you're looking for something which is like not next to it. It is impossible. Like why should I, you know, I would say mince my words. It is impossible. Got it. Mhm. Cosmic scale. It is a cosmic scale. Mhm. But none of this is a prophet to begin with. Mhm, mhm, mhm. All right. Okay. For example, like, here's a question for you. Do you see that is there something wrong with believing in God, let's say? Like, do you think is it no, no, I mean, no, not in that way, of course. Not from the utilitarian perspective. I mean, from a standpoint of, let's say, uh it cannot prove God, like, conclusively. So therefore, I do believe in God. This is why I call it belief. This is why I don't say there is God. I say I believe there is God. For me, since as philosopher was talking about early on, it's all about subjectivity. So in my opinion, or in my way of thinking, I believe that God exists 100%, 100%, with no doubt whatsoever. Yeah, of course, God is real.
Okay, sorry, I had a connection issue.
No problem.
Um, but
Things
I think
happen.
you already presented your case when I was absent.
No. I wasn't presenting my case. He was just asking me about, like, whether God is real or just a belief. So just explaining. my position on that question.
Okay. Okay.
I wasn't presenting
So-
a case or something.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
Where
hear
were we when
again.
you got disconnected? I was just saying that, should and is are pretty much the same from the perspective of pragmatism. I gave him or her, I don't know whether it's him or her, I believe it's him. So the example of the smoke, it's a very popular proverb in Arab world that where there is smoke, there is fire, right? So when you see the smoke, right, it just establishes that there has to be fire. But you don't say there is fire. You say there should be fire because you can see the smoke. Same is the case with God, because when you see the whole world is contingent, everything like screams at us that it's created, and nothing that we see here, even the universe itself, like from a big, the Big Bang Theory perspective, it initiated at some point, so it is contingent itself. So it is not self-sufficient. And if what we are talking about is not self-sufficient and it's contingent upon something else, it cannot be
Well, there are some logical problems here, man.
it cannot be the creator, because it's gonna lead us to infinite regress.
Okay, if you think that it's going to create an infinite regress, in the first
Yeah.
place, you shouldn't assume that the universe had a cause, or the Big Bang had the initiator. You don't
We
have to
should
assume.
believe that.
No,
It-
no,
it-
you
it-
shouldn't.
It's a scientific position.
You
It's a scientific
shouldn't.
position.
You shouldn't if you're afraid of infinite regress. And it's not that like
Wow.
exactly the scientific
What
perspective.
an argument, philosopher.
Yeah,
What a-
like
what a-
you can claim that the singularity has the property to expand. That's how Big Bang existed.
Mhm.
That's
Oh,
all.
yeah?
You don't have to search for a
Mhm.
cause. But that's not what I believe, by the way.
You see,
It's
you
what I
see,
suggest to people who are afraid
I
of
was a
infinite
philosopher. This
regress
is so nonsense.
and who are
It's so
breaking their
non-serious
own.
of you.
Yeah, it's
It's so nonsense for you to say that just stop there.
Yeah.
Don't ask beyond this.
Yes,
Just stop right
because
there.
you are the one who
Or-
has a problem with infinite regress. That's fine. I don't have a
Okay,
problem with it.
okay.
You are the one who has a problem, but yet you're creating one
mean-
rule, you're breaking it in the first place. You're the one. What the hell, man? You create a rule and you break it immediately.
It's infinite regress is a logical contradiction, dude. So this is
Then-
why it is a
Okay,
problem.
then don't create. Then believe that the universe didn't have a cause, and the universe is the first thing, the first cause
you want
of
me to
everything.
believe you want me to believe a universe is God.
I didn't
You
say
want me to
that
be a
God.
pantheist.
I didn't say God.
No, God. Okay, here. Let me
It doesn't have to be
outline
God.
what
What is God then?
let me outline. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. God is the first cause. The cause.
That's all.
Yeah.
But you
mover.
said that I'm not a deistic person.
I'm not deist. Of course, I'm not deist.
Okay,
There's a
so-
will there too.
Then how you reach to the God? It doesn't have to be God, right?
Because there has to be a will for the world to be the way it is. Because it's
Oh, how do you
it's
know
so
that?
many. It's just it is so logical. I don't even know.
It's not
how
so
to,
logical,
what to-
man. It's
It
not
is
so
just
logical. You're
logical.
claiming something. What's the evidence for that?
For example, if I were to like miraculously create a computer in my bathroom, if I don't have the let's say the material necessary for it to be made, right, or to be created or manufactured, if I say to you that, philosopher, I just somehow managed to, get it manufactured in my bathroom, it is like, it's so small that even I can barely fit there, right? And I just managed to do it in there, okay? I created
Okay.
everything from scratch. How does that make sense to you, dude? Like,
Okay.
please.
Like
Stop kidding.
things already existed, okay, and they were there
How do you exist?
necessarily.
Yeah, they were just there.
And you can't say that
Just
they
there.
appeared magically.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Oh,
man.
God is just there magically, right? You created the God in your bathroom magically. Oh, wow. We have something uncaused, right? Or an intelligent at the same time. You see what I created magically here?
No, again.
You
Hold on a
see?
second.
If
You see-
God
you see
can
what-
exist magically like that, why universe cannot exist magically like that?
because what you call is, it just doesn't meet the definition of the God. And
we
if
don't
we
need a God here. Well, why we are seeking for a God?
We do need a God, because
Oh,
without
really?
the God, you and I cannot exist.
Oh,
Like,
now we have another
let's
big
not call,
claim here.
yeah, we cannot
Okay,
hold on,
let me make let me make
philosopher, let me
another
ask you a question.
claim. No,
Philosopher, let me
I
ask you
will
a
make a
question.
claim
Oh,
here.
do you believe do
Uh,
you believe you created yourself?
Okay, I will make a claim here.
Okay.
No, I'll make a claim. So Juju and Boo Boo exist. Okay, that's how God exists. God cannot exist if Juju and Boo Boo didn't exist. Now you believe in Juju and Boo Boo? That's what
This
you're
is
saying about
this is
humans, right?
this is
Humans
this is
exist.
preposterous.
Humans couldn't exist
Preposterous.
without God. Okay, God, the one that you believe in, couldn't exist if Juju and Boo Boo didn't exist. Yeah, it's as silly as your claim.
Dude, God is a necessary being. Why
God
can't you
is a
wrap your head
necessary.
around it?
Okay, universe is a necessary existence. Why you cannot wrap around this also?
Universe is not, its own. Universe is not self-sufficient.
So how they know
It's
that?
not. It started.
It started. Started
Yeah.
what? Doing
I
what?
mean,
Dancing?
I don't know how it started, but it did. We don't
No,
know how it
started what
started, but it
exactly?
did.
Started
I
what?
mean,
Existing, you
it
mean?
started. It started to expand from the singularity. Like,
Oh
it's
yeah, okay.
happening.
That
Yeah.
doesn't mean it didn't exist. It just started expanding. So if God can start creating, why universe cannot start expanding?
Because then universe has to be intelligent.
No, just because something is expanding, you think that it must be intelligent?
There's like, even just look at your DNA. Just look at the way the
Like why we're
cosmology
looking at the
structured.
DNA, like look
Yeah.
at other things, like planets
No,
are
just look at,
expanding,
yeah.
or stars
No,
are
just look at
expanding.
yourself.
Do you think that
I
stars
mean,
are intelligent?
just look at the origin of the language. It's just mind-boggling.
Why we're looking at
even till
this
date,
is cherry picking,
even till
man. Like, do you
no,
know
not cherry
who
picking.
you are? You're
Oh,
looking at
that's not
intelligent
cherry picking.
things and their process, and you're saying, oh, look, everything works like that. No. If you want to focus on those things, yeah, sure, you will see the world with your pink glasses.
Pink glasses. Wow. What a fantastic job that you're doing, dude. I mean,
And well, what about like the many first causes? Like you said it half an hour ago. Well, it's impossible
what was
that
that?
there would be many causes for the universe. How do they know that there's only one cause for the universe?
Oh, okay. There has to be one cause, because when we say that cause is the cause, it means it's the Almighty. Okay,
When you
there
say the
can't
cause,
be.
what if it's not the
th- th-
cause?
that's what I'm saying. Like, as a believer, when I say I believe in God, I don't say I believe in some a God with some might. I say I believe in God, or in the cause that is the Almighty, all powerful.
Again, you
All power.
believe in
So
such a thing. That
you see,
doesn't mean there is such a thing. So what if the cause of this
that's what I'm saying.
universe is not
From my
almighty?
perspective,
What if there are many causes of this universe? How do they know that?
there can't be. There
Can't
can't be.
be based on what?
Why there can't be? Based on the fact that, you see, we have, let's say, the laws of nature, right?
Okay,
Let's say
can't
the
be created by many creatures.
hold on. Water boils at 100 degrees, at
Everywhere.
sea level, right? Yeah, everywhere, right? It doesn't change. It
No,
doesn't. It's not to say that it boils at 100 today. It's going to boil, let's say, at 25 tomorrow. No, it doesn't change. You know, you're
changes based on location. But anyway,
hold on
so
a second. What I'm trying to say is there is uniformity, right?
uniformity.
If there were more than one, or like, let's say, 2, 3, 4 God, then there can't be this uniformity. Why would they come into an agreement about this universe? If they come to agreement, it means that they are making a compromise. Then that being cannot be almighty. That
Who said that
cannot
it
be
has
the
to be
being.
almighty?
It
There's
has to
no
be
such a
almighty
rule.
because
Man, you're creating rules like out of thin air, okay? So you're saying, oh,
no,
if there is a cause,
no,
it must
you
be
can
almighty. No, there's no such a
you can go
rule. There's
talk
no
to
such a
any you
rule.
can
There's no
go
such a
talk to
fucking
any
rule.
believer.
I'm talking to you. You're a believer right now. You're creating rules out of thin air. So, if there is a cause, it must be almighty. You don't know
I'm
that.
saying
You're
you
just
can go
claiming
talk
that.
to any believer.
And when it comes to your
They'll say
uniformity
that.
example, just look at the buildings. Like, why there's uniformity in them also. Like, when you like enter an elevator, that there are those buttons that if you go to another building, you will see the same buttons. When you push 4, you go to 4. Okay,
Mhm.
why the hell there is
Yeah,
such a uniformity? Oh, there must be one
because
person who built.
creator
Oh,
exactly.
yeah, exactly. Listen carefully. There must be only one person who created all those buildings, right?
No, again,
No,
human
right?
beings.
Yes,
Human beings
if
are
even
not
human
are not
beings can
they
come
are not the
together,
gods.
can
They
cause
can
things,
because they're not
can create.
almighty.
Yes,
They're
because
not
but
almighty
then explain to me how human beings can come together and create uniformity. How they can do that? They're better
because
than
they are
gods. They're better than
no
your
no
gods.
no they no they are let's say
They are.
if they're building a building, let's say, okay, they have to follow some foundational rules, and they did not set those rules. Those
It
rules
did not
was
say.
there in place. They were just following those rules. The design of the building, this is just secondary to this, but the way the building had, like, the things that are necessary for the building to stand in its place are just the rules that are universal. So they're just, observing something and, doing it. What's How does that make them God? And they are, of course,
Yeah.
not almighty. And this is why they can make compromises. But the God is the Almighty. He does not make compromises.
God is Almighty is just a belief that you create, like just
No,
a definition that you create. There is a God. God is Almighty. This is a belief itself. Where is the
then
evidence for that?
what do you think God should be? Like, okay, let me ask you about the God. If you think there should be a God, the God should not be Almighty.
I didn't say God shouldn't be, like God could be almighty, but that doesn't mean that there's such a thing. Just because you have a concept, that doesn't mean it exists, man. So like if you see people defining things, that means like those things are real, existing outside. No, right? And you are another person who define a thing here, and you think that oh, it's the case, it must exist out there. No, it doesn't mean it must exist out there. Maybe it doesn't exist out there, but
All believers
might
would agree
be,
with me on this.
might be. I don't care about what they agree on that. Okay, they create a concept and they think that it's real. It might not be real. It could be close, by the way. Maybe yes, it's the case that there are
No,
intelligent beings who are creating universes. That could be the case. But in
yeah,
that case,
okay,
you wouldn't call it a god. And other
okay.
believers that now you are like asking support them, they wouldn't
Okay,
call
let's
it
let's
God also, because I'm talking to
let's bring
them
in
and
logic.
I'm saying that, hey, what about intelligent beings creating this universe? They say, oh no, it's not a god because they're not almighty. I don't
Okay.
care.
Now let's bring in some, let's say, logic and try to understand why the God has to be one, right? Why the God has to
Oh,
be one? Why not? We'll try to use some logic here. First of
let's
all, yeah, we'll try to use some logic this time. We're not gonna just say things randomly, because that's what we've been doing. So why God has to be one? Yeah, where's God? Right? Okay, let's, for the sake of argument, let's just believe that there is God that I believe in. Okay, and now I'm just saying it has to be you know let's say one. Okay, so we're gonna engage with that. Are you guys up for it? Or you first want me to prove that there is God? Because if that's how, like, you are guys setting your own terms, and you're setting your own criterions and
man,
or criteria, and then
man.
want me to
That's a
just
fucking
just
easy
just go
job.
along with
If
that.
you create a
I mean,
definition and if you're saying that, oh, that must be one, there's no problem in it. Okay, I can define
no,
something. It sounds like it must be one. Okay, the problem here you don't
okay,
see is just because you have that. For example, believers do the same thing. Hey, you know what? God is an uncreated being. Okay,
hmm, yeah,
so yeah, that doesn't mean it has to be one, by the way. But they say that it's you know the best. If it's not the best, it's not God. Okay, then voila, you created your uh, definition, and yes, you created
hmm,
something that can exist only one. Okay, but again, that doesn't mean that is the case, or that doesn't mean something to me, because it doesn't negate other beings who created the universe. If there's something the best, okay, no problem. Or if there's something uncreated, again, it doesn't mean one. If there's something almighty, even it doesn't mean there's one. Okay. So there are many
Oh
problems
God,
in all those definitions.
you just made a fallacy. If it's
Oh,
almighty, it has to be one. It's almighty, dude.
oh, there
What do
can't
you what
be
do you
many
think almighty
almighty
means?
beings.
What
Tell
do you
me,
think
what does it
almighty
mean?
means?
Tell me, what does it mean?
Almighty, somebody or the being who is the almighty. Like
Who's
there's
the
nobody
almighty? Wait. You
the
see,
yeah,
you're adding
the
the almighty.
almighty.
What does
The,
it mean, almighty?
uh,
What does it mean,
I'm
almighty?
trying. I'm trying to explain.
No, you're
Almighty
not.
means that is the most mighty being. The
The
most
most,
mighty being. That's what it means.
the
Almighty,
most
dude.
mighty being?
Just go and read the definition of almighty, I would say.
Uh,
And you'll get it, what it
uh,
means.
okay, I will read it
Yeah.
for you, man.
Yeah, of course, read it. Pull up, let's say Merriam-Webster or Cambridge, and let's read the definition of almighty.
Okay. No
When you say
problem.
almighty can be two, it's just not, it's logically incoherent to say
Mm.
that.
Okay, having complete power, omnipotent. Okay.
Exactly. Complete power. How
Okay.
can you have two beings and then they have complete power? They will have
Why not?
partial power, not complete power. It's partial, dude.
What
Why
do you mean
can't give it?
partial? What do you mean partial?
Because it's not complete. It's 50-50, or let's say
No, how
80-20, or
80-20?
70-30. Yeah, 80-20. But it's not complete. It has to be absolute power. Then it's almighty.
Absolute power.
Absolute omnipotence. Yes. That's what God
Unlimited
is.
power.
Unlimited power. Exactly. Unlimited power.
Okay, like
And no,
if there's
there's no partner.
another
If there's
unlimited
partner, then
power,
that
what's the
thing is not
problem?
God.
So there can't be two beings having unlimited powers? That's what you're saying?
It can't be. It's let's say if there's something is unlimited, let's just say that for the sake of argument, there's something unlimited, and there are two people who have this unlimited. How could it be like two people can have ultimate or unlimited knowledge? There has to be one who has the unlimited.
Wait. It doesn't say unlimited knowledge. It says unlimited power. We're talking about power here, not knowledge. Well, why the hell you're attaching other properties here?
Even unlimited power. Let's
Okay,
say
so you're claiming that there can't be two unlimited powers.
Okay, it's better to use the word all power, complete power. How can
you see now you're adding all power. Look, all power.
We do use the word all power, almighty, and omnipotent, right? We do use those words for God. So let's just say that there is God who is almighty, and you want to introduce a new God who's also almighty. How can they two coexist logically?
How they cannot
answer this question?
That's the question.
Exactly. That proves my point.
Like there are two sources of power, and they're unlimited. What's the problem in that?
Come again?
Both have infinite amount of power. What's the problem?
It's just logically incoherent.
How? Explain to me.
Because it's two things who have the, let's say, complete power.
What do you mean complete power? Like, you see, like how you're diluting your mind by saying complete power. What does it mean, complete power?
Absolute power.
Yeah,
absolute power.
Yeah, they have infinite power. Infinite is not enough. It's not a good word.
It has to be absolute. Infinite. If you use the word infinite, why can't we replace it with absolute?
Well, why we cannot replace it with infinite? Maybe you see that there you have a problem there.
Because it just doesn't make sense.
Why? Because it's also in the definition. It says that being almighty gives something an infinite amount of power. So if
two beings with infinite powers,
why not?
Why do you one being would inhibit the other's power?
Inhabit?
Infinite power.
They're separate. Inhibit. They're separate.
Dude, inhibit, not inhabit. Inhibit.
Well, they don't have to do that.
Why not? They're all powerful.
Okay.
They have infinite power. Why wouldn't they inhibit each other?
That doesn't mean that they should. They must. No, there's no purpose. It doesn't defeat anything, man.
It defeats the purpose.
No. You didn't gotcha. You gotcha yourself, man. Come on. Like two beings can be infinitely powerful, and now you see that. Luckily, you see that right now. That's why you're behaving like this. Yeah, but yeah, you see, like there can be two powerful, infinitely powerful beings. Why not? They would inhibit each other.
Yeah, of
Or
course.
it depends that they could do that, but still, it doesn't mean that they're not infinitely powerful.
They're just not, because there is another infinite being that has infinite powers. They're just not. It just logically is incoherent, dude. Why can't you see it? Just
And there is
see for
another
yourself.
problem here. There's another
Of
problem
course, there's a
here.
problem.
Just because we can imagine those things, that doesn't mean again they exist. They must exist. Okay. Still, there could be intelligent causes of this universe, but that doesn't mean they're almighty, or that doesn't mean they're infinitely powerful. So these are all
Yeah.
imaginations. Requires evidence to believe. For me, you somehow believe that, oh, there's a cause, and this cause must be like this, like this, like this. You don't know that. You just believe in
No,
that. Like, what's your good evidence for it?
we-
What if the cause of this
okay,
universe is not
the infinite
infinitely
regress.
powerful?
Infinite regress.
Infinite
Simple.
regress?
Infinite regress is the evidence that there has to be the one mover. There has to be the one mover.
Again,
mover,
like
yeah.
like there could be multiple movers.
It's just not possible, dude.
How?
Why can't you see? Because they would be dependent on somebody else.
No, they don't depend on themselves. They
Then how
just
they're
exist.
complete?
They don't
How
have
they're
to be
complete then?
complete. Who said that? There is such a rule.
If they're
Well,
not
who says
complete,
that
then
the
they
first
should depend on
code
somebody
then
else.
must be complete?
Because they're partial. They're partial because if they're partial, they should depend on
They're
somebody
not
else.
partial.
They're
Like,
partial.
yeah, that's the buzzword that you're using. Complete. What do you mean by complete?
Complete.
Yeah, what
Like,
do you mean by complete?
it's
Every time
self-sufficient.
we talk about this,
Self-sufficient. Does
oh
not
yeah,
depend on other.
they don't depend on
Self-sufficient.
others. Yeah, like they don't depend on others.
Why?
They exist without a
That-
cause. They're necessary.
Then again, they inhibit each other.
Inhibit each. What do you mean by
Yeah, they
inhibit each
inhibit-
other? Explain that.
And explain that there are two beings. Let's say they're not many. Let's just say they're two. Okay, in order to simplify the argument, right?
Oh,
There are two
no problem.
beings who are okay. They are, let's say, they have absolute power. Now,
Oh
how they
wait.
inhibit?
Well, no,
Absolute
again,
power.
like, why are we changing the example? Like, so, like,
Okay, well,
as I claimed that they are the first causes, okay, and they don't depend on each other, and you said they would inhibit. Like, why you're bringing all powerfulness here?
Come again? How they would inhibit each other? First, they would inhibit each other because they are powerful beings. Let's say they're not all powerful, but let's take a look at the geopolitics. We have United States, and we have China, we have Russia. These are like powerful states. When one gets too powerful, it inhibits the interests of the others. Same would be the case with these beings that are powerful. If one gets too powerful, it would just try to conquer the other or make it subservient to itself.
Yeah, but
to himself.
why you think that, like, if there are such causes, they would behave like stupid humans? Like, where this rule comes from? If there are such beings,
power works like that.
they would.
It's
like,
power.
No,
Power works
it's
like that.
human
Power has
works
just
like
one
that, and animals work
No,
like that.
power.
No,
power
animals
works
work like that. That doesn't mean like other beings or other power sources
course.
would behave in that way.
Mm,
That doesn't
okay,
follow
okay.
logically, man.
It does follow logically.
It doesn't. Like,
Because-
you're just looking
because
at human
because it's-
properties, and you're saying, oh, if there are other beings, they must be similar to humans. It doesn't follow.
Okay.
They're not
okay,
the same
okay,
thing. You're comparing
Okay.
the first
for the
causes
sake of
with
argument-
humans.
Okay, for the sake of argument, let's just say that what you're saying is true. Let's just say that what you're saying is true. But again, if they have the power, like, again, the power is divided among them.
Power is divided. How do you know that, like, there was a power and that was divided?
It's divided because in order for somebody to have the full power, they have to be one.
Like, again, that there's no such a necessity or one must have full power. There's no such a rule.
Because
They are
because-
first
because
causes, two of
you have
them.
to. There
They
has to
exist.
Be one. There has to be
They
one.
exist.
There has
They
to be one.
exist. They don't depend on each other. They have power. That's all. They're uncreated. They're necessarily existing. So what? What's the
Ow.
problem?
Oh my god! You see, you are making a lot of leaps of, like, it's not faith; it's leap of logics.
No,
You're not following
where's the
logic at
leap?
all.
Like, I observed that you think that first causes must behave like humans. That was the
not saying
fatal
that,
logic
should behave like
problem in your argument. So show me where
saying
the
it's a power.
leap. Yeah, they're
Power.
powers. So what?
Powers, there are powers if there is more, like say there are three entities who are powerful, right? But why wouldn't they compete with each other?
Why wouldn't they what?
Compete with each other.
Oh, they would, they could. So we don't know their property. So that's why I don't assume things. But you're the one who behaves like
I
you
mean,
know them and you know how they would behave. Okay, I didn't say that they wouldn't inhibit each other or they wouldn't
if they wouldn't,
compete.
okay,
We don't know
let's say that
that.
if they wouldn't compete with each other, they are even less powerful than humans are. Because human, no, when they have a
Again,
power, they would
you
compete
see
together.
then that's the
They're
logical
like
problem. You expect
they're less
them to
powerful than humans
behave
are.
like humans. You're
No,
comparing them with humans.
no,
Not
I am a human being,
exactly.
and
You're saying that, oh, this is
I'm a
how
human being,
humans
and
behave. Therefore, if there's such powers outside of
this is
this universe, they should behave in a
this is
similar way.
realism. This is realism.
No, this is a logical
This is
mistake,
realism.
man.
No, this is realism.
This is logical
It's
mistake.
it is accepted widely across the globe.
Uh, that's funny. Let's don't be more
Okay,
funny, okay?
okay, let's not be funny.
Yeah. So there's no such a rule that first causes would behave like humans or they have
I'm not
human-like
saying the first.
properties.
I'm not saying the first. The first wouldn't behave like humans, of course not.
But then
But if there
why
are
you think that
many
they
first
would
causes,
behave like that?
because you're saying
What
it's
changes
not
if
just the
there are
one cause,
many? Yeah, but what changes if there are many?
because it leads to competition.
Okay, let's suppose that like that there are 10 of them, there's a competition and 5 of them
Yeah,
agreed on each other. They say, "Hey, wait, let's be against those, you know,
yeah.
5 of them or 4 of
Once
them."
they will have subdued them, they will turn on each other. Just look at how
They
it
will
worked in
turn
the World War,
each
on each
other.
other. Like just look at what
Hey,
happened in
hey,
World War
hey,
Two.
hey, hey.
Just look
You
at
see
what
the
happened in World
problem?
War Two.
Yeah, yeah.
You
Just
see,
look at you see like what you're doing right now. Again, you think that they behave like humans.
you see what is US doing to the Europe right now?
Hey, man, like
They're making
what?
them commit to the 5% defense.
Uh, that became so annoying,
You
man.
see,
Yeah,
this is what I'm saying.
I see
Power is
that your
annoying.
imagination
Power is
cannot go
annoying. Power
beyond
is annoying.
human mentality.
I'm not claiming that it goes beyond him. You think yours can
I
go
think
beyond.
because
I am a
you're
human
giving
being, and I think
examples
like
as
you.
if they are fucking humans. They would do the same thing if they existed. If there are many, they would behave.
I'm
So you
not
think
sure.
that like but by the way, like if there aren't many, the one looks like a fucking human also.
What
So
was
we
that?
think so like you're saying that if
Hold on.
there are
I didn't get
many,
it.
then they would become
Uh-huh.
like humans. Okay, they would compete each other. They would group. They would start killing each other. Whatever. This is fucking animal. Okay, animalistic. If it becomes one, oh, now we have
Why do
something
you?
great, almighty. Wow, it's the same thing, man. Like just multiply it and magically become human. I don't understand how can you leap from one almighty being to stupid human beings.
Not one almighty being. You said there are 3 or 4 or 10 almighty. From
I didn't say
if you follow your
almighty.
example,
I said first
you said
causes.
10.
Yeah, 10. I said, and I didn't say almighty for them. Just 10 first
How
causes. And you say, oh no, they
how
would
it can be
fight each
first?
other.
How it can be first if it's 10?
First 10 causes because they are
How can it
uncreated
be first?
beings.
How
They
they
just
can be
exist
first?
by
How
creating this universe together. Why not?
how could they be? I mean,
How they could create the universe together?
why would they create?
Well, for
That
many
follows it. But
reasons. Why
how could no?
one cause could create the universe is the same question. We don't know that they wanted to create. That's why they're
I mean,
creating. Probably.
what-
I think you can easily understand that because you think that those causes behave like human. I think you can easily reason about these questions. Why they want to create something they want, like humans, we want, right?
let's say this again. The last thing you just said, I just zoned out.
Why they would want to create the universe is a silly question, unnecessary question.
There has to be will, right? If they want
Okay,
to create, there
okay,
has to be
did they
will.
have the will?
That's why I'm not deist. That's why I'm not deist.
Cool, no problem. No problem. No one said that you can't be, another believer. Yeah, if they had the will, if they can agree on each other, if they don't fight the way that you assume, They could do that like humans. We fight, yeah, you're giving those examples, but we also come together and we create a lot of things together. And you
But we're
think
not
that,
gods. We're not almighty.
again, you're saying gods and almighty. That doesn't mean there's such a thing. There could be causes, even first causes. It doesn't have to be almighty again. They just exist. They're necessarily
Why
existing.
do you call it first? I just don't get it. Call it uncreated.
Because
Why do you call it first? I just don't get it. How is it first?
because they are the first.
There has to be one if it's first. They are the first.
Wait,
Wow.
wait.
They-
Like,
they-
like
they-
it has to be one.
it has to be one. Yeah. If
Really?
it's first, it has to be one. Yeah.
Ah,
Only one can be first.
only one can be first.
Yeah. Only one can be first.
Oh,
The way I think of it. Only one can be
then
first.
that's
Yeah.
so funny.
So
So okay, imagine 10 uncreated beings. They decide to create the universe, that they start creating it together. Like, what is the cause of this universe? 10 beings, right? And they're the first causes. There's only one cause, but there are 10.
10 beings cannot coexist. Simple.
10 beings cannot coexist. Okay, so like
Yeah.
10,
they do,
10
then they're
billion
not
people
almighty.
cannot exist.
And
They don't
can
have to be
coexist because they're not
almighty.
almighty.
There's no such
They're
a
not
rule.
almighty.
There's no such a rule. You're again creating
There is a
rules out of thin air. Like where the rule
No.
comes from. If there are beings, they must be almighty.
From-
There's no such a rule.
Okay, let me tell you why there's such a rule. It's based in empiricism.
Empiricism.
It's my observation. It's my
Okay.
observation.
You
Yeah, it's
observe
empiricism.
almighty beings.
I observe. Not almighty being. I'm talking about the competition.
Competition. No one said that there wouldn't be competition.
I'm saying if there is competition, then they will try to overpower each other.
Oh, that doesn't mean they're almighty.
That's what I'm saying. They're not almighty.
That's what
They
I'm
can't be God.
saying. They don't have
Can't
to
be
be
God.
almighty. Okay, God doesn't have to exist the way that you think. Or according to your definition of
This
God,
is not getting anywhere.
God mustn't exist. Okay, you don't have to say that. Oh, that there is such a thing. There must be such a thing. No, if you define God in that way, maybe yeah, it's impossible to have a God like that.
I don't know what to do with you, dude. You just keep changing things.
I'm not changing anything. You're making a definition, and you think that there must be such a thing. And if that thing is not the way
saying-
that you think, okay, it's not a
Okay,
God.
let
problem.
me give you my definition of God, since I come from a Muslim background. So my definition of God is very, very simple. Of course, it is complex, but it's simple as well.
Mhm.
God is distinct. It's distinctive. Okay, like ahad, it could mean one. It could mean distinctive, right? It's unique. It's like there's an expression. It's one of kind. It's one of kind. There's nothing like it. Two,
Mhm.
it is like the sustainer. It's self-sufficient. It does not depend on anything. Three, it does not beget and it's not begotten. And four, there's nothing comparable to him. Nothing in this world that you can compare
Mhm.
it to him.
Okay.
And
So,
and
voila. There's only
Yeah, but-
one
but-
thing like that based on your definition. Congratulations.
there's only one thing like that. Yeah.
Yes,
only one
congratulations.
thing
That's
like
what
that.
I explained
Exactly.
to you 10 minutes ago. If you define something in a way, then you can create something that can only exist by one. Okay? But it's
Yeah.
because of
God
your
is one.
definition. Just because you define something as one, that doesn't mean there is such a thing. Just because you
Is my
define
definition of God
something
logically
as
incoherent?
unique, it's incoherent because you're just creating
is
a
it
definition.
incoherent?
You think that it's the case. Again, if I define unicorns here, that doesn't mean unicorns are real. If I define something unique, that doesn't mean there's such a thing. Okay, I can define another unique thing here, but that doesn't mean it exists. That's your problem here. You stick to a definition and you think that, oh, it's real. And again, it's a rule. Just because you define something, that doesn't mean it's out there. It can be only in your mind. And maybe your God concept is only in your mind. Maybe there's no such a thing.
No. It's in the mind of 2 billion people, not just in my mind.
Oh,
to
now
be
you
honest with you.
now you appeal to majority. You know that's a logical mistake, right?
I do know that, but you
Many
were saying that
people
this is my mind.
many people believe that the Earth was flat in the past. Voila.
Yeah, so what?
So what? They were
So
wrong.
what? It's okay.
It's not okay. It's a logical mistake. You tell me. Oh,
They
look at
learned
those
it.
people. Oh, maybe you.
They
Oh,
learned the mistake. They learned from their mistake.
it's good
I
that
learned
you
from it.
think that you can
I
learn
learned
in the
from mistakes
future.
too.
Good,
Yeah,
good.
I can
It's
learn
good
from
that you
the
can learn
future.
in the future.
Yeah,
Very
so
good.
I'm a human being. I should be humble. If I'm mistaken, I will be corrected in the future. Hopefully,
Yeah.
God
But
willing,
you don't
I'll be
have to wait
corrected.
for the future. Look, like I show you the logic. You can see that.
What
Wait,
logic are you
I
talking
can be
about? What
wrong.
logic are you talking about, dude?
Like appealing to majority, for example. I gave you a simple
Wow.
example. Like you say, oh, look at old people believe in such a thing.
No. Why
So
you
what?
like this is a caricature. I mean,
It's
you
not.
said
It's what you
it's just my
said.
belief. No, I've been. Did I appeal to majority for
You
all
did.
of this time? Like
No, not for all this
just only
time.
once.
No,
Yeah, just once. So why
no,
are
it
you
was two
taking this
times. But
one bit?
anyway,
This is why are you taking this one bit and just like put it like showing me under the bus? Like you're saying just what's this one
that's what you
instance
just
and
said,
you're
and I
done.
reacted it, man.
No, dude.
You just said it, and I
You
reacted it.
you reacted not once. You reacted 3 times. It's enough. Now
I
let's
reacted
get done
3
with this.
times.
Almost
You
three
just
times,
said it, man.
dude.
If you
Let's
didn't
skip this.
say it in the past, how can I react 3 times?
You did. You said it like 2 3 times that I have
Okay, man.
appealed to
Okay,
majority.
stop. Okay, stop. Sorry, I apologize to hurt your feelings by stating that
It's
you're
okay.
committing a logical mistake. I'm sorry for that.
It's all right. I'm a human being. I can make mistakes. That's okay.
Then why are you complaining if you're saying it's okay? That means it's not
I'm
okay.
just
You're
saying.
complaining.
I'm saying one reaction is enough for me. Maybe some other people they need a reaction twice or thrice. For me, it's one
Sure.
time is more than enough. Yeah,
Look, you're not the only person who's listening to this conversation. They should
I know that.
understand what is a logical mistake. That maybe that's why I was emphasizing.
Of
But
course, it
again,
is.
sorry for hurting your feelings, man.
Hold on. I've got to. I got to read this. Like he's just trying to say, like, did you get my question? Like, what question, Salin? Can you like write it in block letters so I can see the question that you're posing? I haven't been reading the chat, so sorry, I didn't follow it.
No, let's make it better. Just say the question to the mic, man.
What did you get out of this conversation?
Oh.
Are you still believer or non-believer?
Isn't
Me?
that obvious?
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
still a believer.
asking you, Akmal. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I'm
isn't that
I'm still a
obvious?
believer.
Okay, that was my question. Okay, carry on.
So
Carry on with what?
Carry on with this conversation. What you are.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
I already muted him. So no, I'm happy that I had good reason to do that.
Okay. Where did you go?
Sound check. I think I'm here.
Okay. 609 God. Did it go live, by the way, philosopher?
Yeah, it is.
It is live. Oh my God. Is it? Are you gonna leave it there?
Oh, there were 55,000 people watching that.
No, are you gonna leave it there? I mean, is it gonna be there on your channel?
Sure, it will be.
Okay. Okay. Do share the link with me if you don't mind.
Oh, type Philosopher on YouTube. You can find it in the live section.
Okay, I will. I would like the link when it's done, not the live.
When it's done,
Yeah, when it's done. Yeah.
when it's done, it will be there.
Yeah, of course it will be there, but I need the link then, not now.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't have it now. Also, so
Sure. It's okay.
Oh, I think someone shared the live link.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's pretty cool.
There is a latency there. You should know that.
Latency on my voice or on that
No.
live?
If you're gonna watch the live right now, There will be latency.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot that. Genetics of smell. Finally, there is silence. Man, I
Like
also
why
were.
why are you in the room silent if you want silence? I mean, maybe you should just go and get some sleep, dude.
I helped him. He should thank me later on.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna ask him. Like, why are you here, man? If you want silence, go get some sleep. Maybe I don't know. What's the point of being here?
Maybe he was paralyzed, so let's don't judge people. Please stop doing what?
Who said that?
Oh, doing moral policing.
Policing. Okay. Who's doing moral policing? Who's that? Akash?
Yeah, Kosh, speak up.
Me doing moral policing?
I couldn't catch that, Akash. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I mean, me or philosopher? Who's doing moral policing here? And if anyone is doing, please bring forth some evidence.
First time we
Yeah,
get Indian.
there's so many atheists in India. He's not like a loner.
I'm doing something in this background. Okay. Okay.
If you're just listening in the background, then stop blurting out things that you don't have evidence for. Philosopher, do you feel comfortable talking about your country of origin?
It's unnecessary, man. I prefer to go with the topics always.
Okay. But why do you put the B there? Why are you like indicating that you're an Arab?
Where's the B?
Like philosopher. Why are you making that indication then if it's unnecessary?
Let's make it P. Still, is it correct for you?
Ah,
Make it P.
what do you mean? It's correct.
I'll make it
No,
P.
I'm just saying. No, I'm just asking. Just asking. I don't know.
No.
I want to know.
It could be.
Okay. Of course, it's your room. Do whatever you want, but I'm just asking. I mean, so you'll be highly atheist. Mhm. You're from India too, Esas? Azerbaijan. Okay.
He said he's not.
Yeah, he said he's not from India. He's from Azerbaijan. That's what he said.
I think he said he's not from.
No, he said I asked him, "Are you from India?" He said, "I'm not. I'm from Azerbaijan."
Oh, okay. I didn't see that.
Yep. You
That's
confused us, dude.
Yeah, it's a little bit confusion, but anyway.
You're creating
Akmal
some
got it
confusion, but
correctly, probably.
existence of religions and the purpose of life. What about this morality thing? Like, what's your take on this? What kind of a question is that, Asas? So, philosopher, did you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I heard you.
Yeah, what's your take on morality?
I think it's subjective.
It's subjective.
Yeah, when it comes to creating rules, yeah, I think we create those rules, sure, based on agreement or based
Right.
on force. But yeah, well, like we can base them, at least when we create those, when we look at the history, we created
Right.
those rules not out of thin air, also, like it's sometimes by
Yeah.
necessity, because we are biological creatures and we share the same biology. And for example, we feel the pain, right? We're not
Oh,
sure
of
how
course.
exactly, or like, is it the same, literally the same? We don't know, but we understand that we all feel this
Mhm.
pain, right? And then we
Yeah.
can create, wait a second, don't hit me, I will hit you. So
Yeah.
yeah, we start
So,
creating rules like that.
so I would say that the golden rule is objective. I wouldn't say it's subjective. The golden rule,
What is golden rule here?
like do unto others as you do, as you would have them unto you. Like do unto you. Like
uh
I'd say it's quite objective. For example, I don't lie to you because I don't want you to lie to me. It's not subjective. I think everybody would affirm to it. If like all the people except for, of course there's always exceptions, and exceptions don't disprove rules. If anything, they prove rules. So let's put exceptions aside for a moment. I think 95% of humanity would agree on like the rule, let's say the golden rule. So we can say, and we have sufficient evidence to say that it's objective.
again, like when it comes to creating the rule part,
Hmm.
it becomes hard for me, because when we look at the consequences of the things,
Hmm.
yeah, they are obvious. We can say they're objective. For example, fire hurts us, our skin,
Oh
right?
yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's only based on the agreement when we create a rule that we shouldn't do this, okay?
Hmm.
For me, I don't find a way to get should or must from is, because it hurts. This is the is part, okay? That's the case.
Yeah. He's not
But
fallacy. Yeah.
we should do this, like we are
Hmm.
advising something, we observe something. Yeah, that part is objective. I understand that. But creating the rule part, to me, the subjective part, because someone can say, wait a second, okay, yeah, we have the pain, but so what? Yes, if we continue like this, some people will get more pain. Okay, so what?
Hmm.
So who decides? Okay, you decide seemingly that we shouldn't do that, but what if I decide opposite? What if I think that I'm more powerful than your group and I want to
Hmm.
do whatever I want? So sure, you can try to stop me, but when you create that rule, it's just your rules. I can create my own rules. Yes, pain is still pain for me, but I don't want to obey your rules. I can do those things. And when it comes to justification part, yeah, you can direct me to the point that, hey, wait, this is not desirable. Okay, I see
Hmm.
that. But creating the rule again, to just you come together and you say that, okay, we shouldn't do that. Okay, it
Hmm.
can be even logical,
Right.
but anyone can challenge that rule. Even if you show that, oh, this is the reason why we created a rule. Okay, no
Hmm.
problem. I see that,
Right.
but I don't have to obey that rule.
Okay. Okay. Here's the thing. We experience emotions like sorrow and joy and hatred and regret, all of that, right? And even though these emotions are subjectively experienced, but everybody would agree on the fact that we do experience these emotions like as
Agreed.
human animals. Yeah, right? We agree on
Agreed.
that fact. So you like emotions, as they are subjective as they are objective in a sense too, that everybody
Agreed.
believes that there are emotions. So Now, that if you believe that someone stealing from you is wrong, right? And the other person also believes if somebody steals from them is wrong. So in a way, it gives, this belief in wrongness of, stealing from each other, a level of objectivity, if you know what I mean. Because it's not a conscious experience. It's not something back in our, let's say, it's not underneath the conscious. It's not subconscious or unconscious. We can't experience it at the level of consciousness. So why can't we call it, uh, let's say, objective? Like in some sense, in a
But
manner
the
of
feelings
speaking.
are objective. I can say the feelings are objective. No problem. But when
Yeah.
it comes
So,
to
so
say this is right, this is wrong, this part is not objective for me.
no, it is objective in a way that you see, we agree on the emotions and feelings that we experience, right?
Okay.
We also agree on the fact that you stealing from me and I stealing from you are both wrong.
But
As long as we're saying, okay, let's just put aside the insanes and psychopaths and sociopaths and all of those people who are the, of course, exceptions. We have the societies and the cities, and we have the law enforcement agencies, because most of the people, the majority, has agreed on this, that that
yeah,
we shouldn't.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I said. They agreed. They could
yeah.
agree on different things. For example, there are people who agree on eating, you know,
No, no.
human
Humanity as a
flesh,
whole.
right?
No, no,
No,
no, no,
it's
no,
not.
no, no.
Like
Hold,
there
hold,
are
hold, hold on,
tribes
hold on.
they eat
Uh,
humans, right?
a philosopher. Listen. Humanity as a whole has agreed on this. I'm not talking about the particular community, Muslim or Buddhist community agreeing on this, or Christian community agreeing on this. Humanity as a whole has agreed on this.
What?
The fact that on the golden rule, that stealing, like if you steal from me or I steal from you, it's wrong. Humanity as a whole agreed on this. This is why we have, the charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. 194 countries have their signature on this.
Okay,
So humanity
stealing.
as a whole, humanity as a whole has agreed on the objectivity of the morality.
Objectivity of the morality?
Yeah, objectivity of the morality. I mean, of course, I'm a believer, and you might be like, "Why do you believe morality is objective without God?" But I'm a believer, but still, I have common sense.
I
It doesn't
didn't
mean
say
that
that. I didn't say that.
no.
I could do
There are
that.
people who would say that.
Yeah,
Of course, there
sure,
are people
they
who would
say
say that.
that. They do it
Yeah,
for atheist people also.
yeah,
When atheists start talking about morality, they say you don't even
yeah. They,
believe
they
a
do
God
that.
exists. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't
Well, how do you
care.
believe in morality?
Still, you
Yeah,
can believe in objective morality, and yeah, I see
yeah,
that you are having your
yeah,
arguments for morality. But again,
yeah. I'm
like
saying that.
stealing is one example because humans are greedy. That's the
Of
biological
course.
part. We want things, and when people take it from us, that gives emotional distress, right? So, and we
Mhm,
don't like it. That's the
mhm,
feeling.
mhm.
And then when we
Right.
say that, oh wait, like let's come together and let's say this is wrong because of what we feel. If someone does it, let's punish that person.
Mhm.
Why? Again, it gives us this feeling. But
Right.
again, like someone can go and say, wait, hey man, I don't have any belongings. I don't care about stealing thing and your emotions because I don't want to own anything. I don't own anything. I don't care about that. I don't care what you feel because you feel those emotions because you want to own things. That's why you feel those things. But in
Mhm,
my case, I don't feel those things because I don't own anything.
mhm,
So when you create such a rule, okay, and just because I believe that nothing can be owned, I can take whatever I want also. But when you come to me and say that, oh, you know what, we own things and we decided with these dudes, if you do that, we will punish you. This is our rule. You see, like now it boils down the part that the powerful decide the rules. You can use some feelings. Well, you can tell them they're objective. Yes, that it's objective because you are focusing on a person who wants to own things. And yes, The people who wants to own things, they will feel in the same way. That's objective.
Yeah.
But
So
again,
the
when
people
when
who
it
have
comes to the
specific
right
sense.
and wrong, that may not be universal, as I explained.
No, this is what I'm saying. The right and the wrong is universal. Why do you think it's not
Uh,
universal?
yeah, again, like for a person
Let's say
who
killing
doesn't
somebody.
own things,
Mhm.
may not see it in the same way. I just explained that.
Let's say all humanity, like humanity as a whole,
Mhm.
uh, would say that killing somebody is wrong, unless like there are some special circumstances where you kill somebody. Let's just say that that person was a murderer or has committed rape or has done some heinous crime that he should be put to death, right? That's just these are just exceptions. But under normal circumstances, humanity as a whole agrees that one should not kill the other.
We agreed on that, right?
Yeah, we agreed on that.
Yeah, we agreed. Yeah, that's clear.
Yeah, so why do you
We agreed
think
on that
it's
because
about?
it was wrong, or we just
Yeah, it was wrong.
agreed because we value life.
We value life, but killing somebody is wrong because you want life as well. Like
Yeah,
what you
I
think is wrong
want
for
life as
you
well.
want life, and if it's taken away from you, you believe you were wronged, right? And of course, there are other people who would
It's what
like,
you
let's say,
think.
your clan members, your kins would think that philosopher was wronged. His life was taken away from him. They would go after somebody who killed you, or let's say my kins would go after somebody who killed me. They were like, he was wronged,
Because they think that it was wrong.
and everybody thinks that way. So if everybody thinks that way,
Yeah,
so it's
there is such
is
things
on
we
some
agree on.
level
Yeah,
objective.
there
On
are
some level, I'm
things.
not saying it is completely objective. On some level, it is objective.
Yeah, it feels like that. Justification. I mean, evaluation, right, wrong, makes sense because yeah, it's a very general thing that humans follow. At least killing part. Yeah, then
Yeah,
nearly the whole humanity say this is wrong. But the
yeah,
question is, we say it's wrong because of some other agreements or because what we feel, how we feel. And you said there are exceptions, right?
yeah.
Why
There are
why there are
exceptions.
those exceptions? Like for example, wars. Is it
Yeah,
wrong to kill
wars. Yeah.
someone in a war?
If it's a justified war, then it's okay. But if it's a not justified war, let's say it's justified if
How do you justify that?
justify, of course, if somebody's being oppressed. Let's say, you know, I'm, let's take the example of Gaza. Let's just say that for the sake of this argument, people are being oppressed there. So if
Hmm.
you enter Gaza and kill those Israeli soldiers, in my way of thinking, it's completely justified.
Completely justified. But what about
Completely
the human
justified.
life? Right? People don't
What
want to
about this?
die.
What about the 60,000 people that they've killed? They've
But,
endangered the lives of so many people.
but that doesn't mean we should kill other people.
Now, we should kill those who are inflicting pain and death on others, not the ones who are not doing that.
Okay, but don't you think that this is contradicting the very notion of the rule, how it came, right? We value
No,
life, that's why we shouldn't kill was the rule, right? If you value life, then why you have such a punishment in the first place?
because if somebody, uh, takes your life away from you, so they are endangering the lives of the multitude because
Okay.
they have shown from their experience, like from their practice or their action, that they are not safe for others. They're
Okay, killing
dangerous.
them is the only way to solve the problem.
That's just one way. That's just one way. Of course, we can have a debate or a talk on this, like what should be done to such people. But killing them is
Um,
just one way.
yeah, but that's the problem, man. Like when we say killing is wrong, that shouldn't be the first thing that we were talking about. Like killing other people is okay.
No,
This shouldn't be the first thing that we're talking. If you really believe that, like these rules, came like that, like just because
no.
we value life. So if you
I would say we,
value
we, we
life,
believe in justice too. Like human beings believe in justice, and like
oh,
an eye for an eye, is just pure justice. It's
Pure
not forgiveness. It's pure justice. An eye for an eye.
Okay. And
Yeah,
justified
it's
by
pure justice.
who?
Anybody would get it. Like anybody who is like who like I mean, even if you are somebody who's very kind and you don't want to inflict pain on others, even in some sense, you would agree with that. If they have inflicted pain on you, one way is that you let's say forgive them, right? No, that's not just revenge. That's not just revenge.
Okay.
It
You
is
call it
revenge,
justice?
but it's not just revenge. It is also justice.
It's also justice. Okay.
It's not just revenge. Revenge is like, if somebody did some harm to you, and and now you want to do harm to them, but you didn't lose your life. But if you lose your life, it just defeats the purpose. Life is everything that you had, and they just took it away from you. And why it is condoned vendetta? Because everybody gets it. Everybody gets it.
You talking about capital punishment or something else?
Not yeah, capital punishment.
Difficult topic.
Yeah, we came there for morality.
Yeah, we just got there somehow. Hello, everybody. Hi, Horatio, and hello, Edward. Yep.
Russia is trying to wake up.
If you're going to make a case for not killing them because they killed someone else, it's going to be a scientific case. It's not going to be based on morality. Eye for an eye sounds reasonable to me, but you want to know why they did it. Look, I can't help but emphasize the importance of understanding how the brain works and how you can modify it and etc. You need to know why somebody's killing someone or what. You need to understand it more where you can maybe uh, well, I'm actually thinking about psychopathic killers. Actually, you kill somebody out of you know what do they call that?
Trauma,
When you do it, it's not premeditated. It's done out of like just rage of the moment.
impulsive.
Yeah, something like that. Right, right. So there's all kinds of circumstances that could end up somebody killing somebody, and
Mhm.
so there are different levels of how you might want to look at them. You have your psychopathic killer who has to be taken out of circulation for one, and if he's not cured of his psychopathy, he's got to stay out. Um, Crime of passion, I think it's called.
Mhm.
If you, yeah, if you kill someone on the spur of the moment, I mean that's not a good sign either. I mean, who's to
Yeah,
say that you don't have a trigger ready to go off again? You know, you've been triggered, and to the point where you kill somebody. That's a problem. It's very difficult. I mean, how you even begin to analyze what to do. First thing you do is if somebody's murdered somebody, that person has to be removed from general population.
that's
You
true.
just and after that, I honestly, it gets very difficult.
Yeah, but I want to say a thing on what you said about psychopathy, and let's say you didn't use the word psychoanalysis, but uh, I've read psychoanalysis a fair bit, and I've spoken to people about this. In my way of thinking, you could justify literally anything through psychoanalysis. It's just like giving the criminals uh get out of jail free cards, like en masse, for no reason, for no good pure reason, I would say. What
Well,
would you say to
through
that?
psychoanalysis, you might come to understand why they did what they did, but the
Hmm?
decision to do it is an unsafe mechanism that shouldn't be in place. Yeah, you can have a million reasons to want to kill somebody, but the
Yeah.
decision to kill them is what has to be stifled. That's what cannot be allowed to occur. You're entitled to want to kill anybody. So,
That is why, like, I would always go for an eye for an eye. Like, there's nothing literally that you could tell me would justify killing somebody. Like, unless they have killed somebody. There's nothing on earth that you could like put forward as a reason. Okay, this is what they did. Okay, if you kill somebody in self-defense, that makes sense. But of course, again, what is on the line? Your life is on the line. If one's life is on the line, only then, killing somebody can be justified in the way I think. And I think most people would agree with me on this.
I mean, if you ruin somebody's fortune somehow, where they work so hard to achieve it, somehow you destroyed it.
Yeah,
Um, that could be a problem. And that's a
that could be a problem
lifetime
too.
of work. You just stole my whole life from me because I worked my whole life to get this, and now you went and fucked it up.
Mhm.
There's a zillion angles, so it's really a very difficult topic. The
I agree with you.
ideal thing to achieve is to understand what the brain states are and how to work with them. But again, I'm talking more sickness than crimes of passion. I don't know what you do to set a person straight when they have a trigger that's ready to go off.
Mhm.
In extreme cases, how do you prevent that from happening by analyzing their brain? You want to, science is the way. So you always if
Mhm.
something extreme happens, the first thing you want to do is look into the brain and see what's brain states occurred, and what you can do to make this situation better. That's ideally what you want to do. We've never been able to do that up till now, and even now we have a long way to go. um, so that would be nice. Look, rehabilitation is another thing that would be
Mhm.
nice. That doesn't go on either. All we do is put them in a box
Yeah,
and feed them and let them rape each other. I mean, it's just pathetic. So we're not
really
solving anything.
more. Yeah. So, like, just doing away with them uh maybe sounds a bit extreme to some minds, but in my way of thinking, an eye for an eye is completely justified.
Well, if you keep them out of the general population on a permanent basis, that's just as
But
good as killing them.
exactly.
They're no longer a threat. So you don't have to kill them to make society safe from them. You just keep them out. So that's an argument against capital punishment, right? Because you're achieving the same goal. Well, and you're not. You want an eye for an eye, but we don't have to keep thinking that way exactly. The first thing you want to do is make sure the rest of us are safe. Number
Mhm.
one, and taking them out of circulation is accomplishes that.
Right, but
Now
Horatio,
the challenge is, can
mhm.
you even begin to do anything to rehabilitate them? Because that's not what we're doing.
Okay, that's just one of the factors like we should take into account, but not to mention the grief that it inflicts upon
Right,
uh, the beloveds, like let's say the loved ones who have lost their loved one. Like,
right.
why aren't we taking that into account?
Well,
Human beings, aside
your
aside from
emphasis,
being
your
aside
em-
from being reasonable beings, we are also emotional beings, so we
I
should
understand
take the
that.
emotions into account.
I know that's the direction that you're emphasizing. That
Yeah,
there has been a lot of stress caused when
yeah.
we need to crush this motherfucker. I understand that. I understand that. But
Mm,
from a just a more progressive viewpoint, you want to be
yeah.
able to understand what's going on when people take such drastic actions, and maybe work it from there. I understand. You're really looking at satisfying the hatred that has been instilled in the family of the victim. They have hatred in them now. What are they going to
Yeah,
do with that?
I believe only they are in the position to decide whether they wanna, crush him or just let him go.
No,
So they
no,
are in the
no, no,
position, I
no,
would say.
no, 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 no. You
Even
have
if you,
no, you have
Mhm.
judges that recuse themselves from a case because they feel they might be prejudiced. That already tells you that the last person you want judging somebody is someone who's pissed off about it from the beginning. That's, you need.
That's right. I'm not saying that they should take the law into their own hands. The matter should be taken to the court. I'm not against like the matter being taken to the court. That's totally fine. But when the judge is going to give give the verdict, I would say like the desire, of the family who's lost somebody should be taken into account. And if they want it to be done, that's the way it should go.
Yeah.
The thing that you brought up that they are pissed off, and maybe there's something that some evidence surfaces that there is more to it than meets the eye. In those circumstances, a judge can rule out the capital punishment. I get that, but under normal circumstances, I would say the family should have the final say in the court. Did you
Uh,
get where I'm coming from?
I mean, I'm hearing you. There's a million ways to address all this, and it's always going to be problematic.
Mhm.
You know, you start from ground zero and try to work your way up. The very first thing you do is remove them from general population. Now
Mhm.
the trouble begins. What do you do now? Now that they've killed somebody, now that you've taken them out of the population, now what do you do? What is possible to do? Is it progressive? Is it anything worth anything?
Mhm.
And ideally, not that we are able to do this, but ideally, you would love to be able to rehabilitate this person to the point where they will not make that mistake again. That's the ideal thing. Is that possible? Not today. There's no guarantee of it. The only way to actually ever do that would be really through brain manipulation. That's why we do things like lobotomies, so that you change the whole structure of the brain. We've had a very barbaric approach to manipulating the brain up
Is,
until now,
isn't
but it's getting
lobotomy is
it's
still a
getting
science?
no. Well, yeah, I mean, it's been proven to be too barbaric to be something that you yeah. I mean, it was terrible. The point is, everything happens in the brain. If you
Mhm.
can if you can manipulate it to where you get it working correctly, where those kinds of mistakes are not made so easily. But this is futuristic more than ready to happen anytime soon. Hey, there's
Right.
the idea of trying to rehabilitate someone. I don't
Yeah.
really know where we begin on that. But again, when you are rehabilitating someone, you're changing their brain states. You're putting them
Yeah.
in an environment that stimulates them in ways that are progressive. Uh, so I mean, I don't know. I don't have any definitive statements on when somebody kills somebody. All I know is you want to get them out of the population, and after that, I honestly don't know what the fuck to do. I know
I
what ideally I would like to do, but none of that seems to be possible at the
Yeah, that's far from pragmatism.
moment. But your best bet when you have a problem personality that has committed something terrible,
Mhm.
one of your best bets is to be able to study them. Once you kill
Right.
them, all that information is gone. So maybe the first thing you want to do is to keep them around and see if you can get a better understanding of how this brain works and why it worked the way it did. Because
But Hershey, there's so many of them.
the decision to kill came right
Mhm.
out of that person's brain. You don't want
Yeah.
to kill it necessarily. and lose all that information.
But Richard, there's so many of them.
So many murderers.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So there's a
What are
lot,
we gonna
lot
do
of
with all of them? Maybe we could, pick, cherry pick, like, let's say, hundreds of
no,
them.
everybody.
But
And look, everybody. If you have a lot, you have a lot to study. You're just busy studying. That's all. What can I tell you? I mean, the number of it doesn't matter. If you have one murderer, if you have 50,000 murderers, you got to figure out
Mhm.
what the fuck is going on and how do we fix it. But in the meantime, at the very least you do is get them out of population. It's a mistake that they made. It's unfortunate. You don't want to ruin their life, but if they've ruined someone else's, including the family members, there's a price that you're going to suffer.
Mhm.
And in my opinion, I would never phrase it, it's the price you have to pay, but it
Right.
is the price you're going to suffer
Uh,
as a result. But now we need to work with you somehow and try to
mhm.
come to understand what's going on.
All right. Here's a counter argument.
I mean, I don't
We're
know that
talking.
I'm making an argument, really.
Here-
Unless you
okay,
want,
okay,
to keep pushing the agenda of killing
yeah.
them right away.
No, no, I'm not. No, I'm not really, really. I'm not. I'm not. Hell bent on killing them. Here's a counter. Let's say it's not an argument. Let's say here's a counter to what you just said. Okay, if it's a crime of passion, right? If it's when you say it's a crime of passion, there is no criminal intent behind it, right? It just happened. It just
Right,
some trigger went
right,
off and they just killed it. But let's say there is a criminal who has a mens rea. Let's say they have a criminal intent and they planned it. It was a premeditated.
right.
Then what you are suggesting doesn't seem as like applicable to that person. What would you say to that?
What do you mean? There's no way to address the person who planned it, who premeditated it.
No, I'm not saying that.
He's beyond rehabilitation. What are you saying?
I mean, no, I'm saying that what's the point of taking that person out of circulation? He did it. He had a reason. He's not like a psychopath, who would just go around murdering people. He killed, and he had a reason for it. And now he's
And he,
done with it. He's okay.
who are we talking about? The crime of passion or the premeditated? Which one?
Premeditated.
The
Premeditated.
premeditated.
Yeah.
So
Well, why don't you
what
take
do
them
we
out?
what do we do with him?
Yeah. What do we do with them? Yeah.
Yeah, the same thing. Anybody who's in trouble
Mhm.
has to be worked with, but they have to be secured because of what they're capable of. So that's why they're out of the population. The question that's where the problem starts. Now, what do you do? And for me, science and investigation is the only thing that could ever lead to an answer to anything. So, killing the subject is not very scientific. It,
But I would also argue that it's not really unscientific.
no, it is unscientific. How are you going to study somebody's brain states if they're dead? I mean, if there's a history that's imprinted there, maybe that can still tell you something.
I,
But a live subject would be a little more helpful, I would think.
Rachel, I read like this book called The Slaughterhouse Five. I'm
Yeah,
forgetting the name of the author. I think it
doesn't
was.
matter.
I mean,
Doesn't matter.
yeah. There was something that there was this professor who said something to this guy. He was also a film director. That you talking about stopping wars, stopping like because he was a pacifist. He wanted to write a book about the war. So it was like stopping the wars is like stopping the glaciers from melting. So what you are saying to me kind of feels like it's tantamount to, you know, like stifling the nature from unfolding the way it does. I mean, there have been murderers, there are murderers, and there will be murderers. Okay, if you want to study them, take a couple of them and do study them. I get it, but what's the point of starting this new enterprise where you just uh, rounding up all of these people and just studying them? Like, it
Yeah.
doesn't make sense. Like,
Well, you want
why
to
are we? Why are we
first
willing
of
to
all,
spend a lot of money on into this, right? That's also like a
Well,
financial
because you want to solve a problem, not just react to a problem. And you
Mhm.
bear in mind that everyone is capable of murder. Everyone.
That's
So it's not like
true.
you're only helping these people. You're helping the understanding of violence and the tendency towards it, which
Mhm.
everyone is capable of.
Right.
So that's a reason to study.
But Horatio, like no like sane person like you and I would ever, think of murdering somebody. I would say,
You may not think of it, but you
but you just
can't.
do it.
Well, crime of passion, you're not thinking anymore. You're
Right.
reacting in a very fierce way, and you may want to stomp somebody's head and end up killing them. And all you
Right.
really meant to do was stomp their head, but you didn't realize that they're going to die behind that stomp. And now it's over. Now you've killed them. Anybody could do that. So it applies to everybody. It's not You're not just taking a small segment of society and wasting your time. You're working on behalf of all society to get a better understanding of how to deal with this shit.
Okay, but I mean, not everybody does that, right? We
No,
do need to take into account like how I would say regular people, sane people, act out. They don't end up murdering people. They don't. They even if there are cases, I would say they are like uh next to nothing. The kind of passion I would say if it's a regular person, it's it's extremely unlikely, highly unlikely that they would end up killing somebody. And
right.
we're just saying that's it's some great cause that we're gonna serve. It kind of feels like a cult, right? We are trying to, let's say, uh recruit people who would serve like this agenda, right? Like saving people in a way. Yeah, in a way, like I'm not saying like in a manner of speaking, not of course it's not a cult, of course it's not. Like
Yeah.
in a manner of speaking, it sounds like a cult because mm, I mean, there are
Of
people who are dying of hunger. There are people who are
uh,
dying of hunger. Why do we save them? Why are we so like? I
uh,
mean, fixated
that's
on this
yeah.
segment of society?
Well, every circumstance triggers different responses and considerations. Yeah, we should definitely not be letting anyone starve to death. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous. Uh, but that's the paradigm we're in. This is a dog eat dog world, and
yeah,
it's an aggressive world. So
true.
if you have something on your table to eat, and you know there's somebody down the block is on the street with nothing to eat, normally you
Yeah,
don't give a shit to think about it. That's what
true,
we do. That's what we do.
true, true.
That's what we do. And but you have different. It's a spectrum, obviously. Some people
Yeah,
actually do care, and but most of us we can't. This horror is going on every
yeah,
moment of the day. So you can spend
right.
your time running around after them, or you can just get on with your life and say that's just the way it is.
That's what I want to say about this. Like, that's just the way it is. People were murderers, are murderers, will be murderers, and we should keep dealing them in a way that we have dealt with them. You know, I mean, I'm okay with the studies part too. It's not like I don't want there to be any you know research into this. Of course, there should be, but we don't need to keep all of them alive. It's I would say if you just get them killed, right? The there here are the benefits. First, since they are in isolation, they can't work for themselves. So the taxpayer money is
Right.
gonna be spent on them. And why the hell would I want the taxpayer money to go into serving these, I don't know, these killers, these murderers? I mean, are you trying to understand what I'm trying to say here?
We know they do something to that effect. But they don't do it right. if you have this population of people that you have to keep separate from society, you can make them useful contributors to the benefit of society by actually putting them to work and paying them properly. Because I know that whatever they do to that extent is exploitation. They're making whatever they're
Yeah.
doing, license plates for 5 cents a piece or some shit. I mean, that's not what you're supposed to be doing. Just because you have somebody incarcerated, you don't start abusing them now. If
Yeah.
you make them a productive part of it, give them something to do, there's a lot of things you can do if you think about it.
Right.
But we don't think about it. What we mostly do is put them in a box, and that's it, and hope they don't rape each other. Not that we even care if they do.
We all know what kind of shit goes down in the prisons. We all know that, and even the rehabilitation centers. We all know that, but nobody would
It's
talk. Even in nursing houses, what goes on, everybody
Yeah.
knows, but nobody would talk about it. Yeah.
People don't want a centralized government, but that's the only way to actually monitor what's proper. You can't have, and that includes industry and regulations. If you don't have regulations, you have industries exploiting anything and everything to make that
Yeah.
cock sucking profit. That's all their dick gets hard for, nothing else. And they'll fuck up the environment. They'll fuck up everything, including, and the environment will fuck you up. They're murdering you while they make profits by poisoning the ground, water, or whatever they do. These are murderers, but they're getting away with it. They're just getting fines. So we're in a real fucking mess here. You want to take your time and do it as scientifically and as attentively as possible. You really want to pay attention to what needs to be done, and it's open for discussion. I don't have anything definitive to say. I told you, once somebody murders somebody and we take them out of society, I don't know what to tell you. The
Right.
more capable we become, maybe the more effective we can be in addressing the problem. Up until now, really, all we know is you got to get them out and you got to put them in a box and you feed them, and that's it.
Right.
Maybe throw a priest in there, see if they get religion. We're not very creative up until now. What we do in prisons, I bet you there's progressive prisons somewhere, but the general
Right.
run of them are just what they
Run the
are.
mill. Right. No way. Okay.
Matter of fact, I'd be interested to know if there are progressive prisons. Matter of fact, I'm just going to search that.
Yeah.
Progressive prisons, because I'll bet they're doing something towards amazing. Towards amazing.
Towards amazing. But again, we cannot let's say draw a comparison between Norway or let's say Iceland or let's say Sweden to America, like United States of America, because look at the population demographics. On one hand, you have less than 10 million, around 5-6 million, and on the other hand, you have like 350 to 400 million of populace. I would just say that it just doesn't work. We know that what we can achieve at a small scale is usually not achievable at a large scale.
So
Like it's just,
I'm reading AI. I'm reading AI on my search. So I asked, are there progressive prisons doing impressive things? The answer is yes. There are progressive prisons and correctional facilities implementing innovative and impactful programs focused on rehabilitation,
right.
reducing recidivism, and improving the lives of incarcerated individuals and staff. I don't know how comprehensive that is. There's
Right.
going to be a lot more to it. That's what we should be doing.
I get it. And Horatio, like I gotta get going now. It was a
Yeah.
very fruitful conversation. I
All
learned a
right.
lot, I would
Yeah.
say. And
All right.
I'm looking forward to having this conversation again. So I really need to go. I'll be back after an hour if you guys are still here. And thank you
Right.
for hearing me, philosopher, and you too, Horatio. And bye, everybody.
Thanks for
All right,
joining,
all
man.
right, all right,
It's
Akmal.
been a pleasure. I've given you a follow, Horatio, so I'll see you again. Bye.
Well, if humanity had that agreement that, hey, this is wrong, then they can come up with any rule how to deal with the people that they think that they are wrong. Killers. This is wrong, right? This is what humanity decided together. And again, it's up to them how to deal with those people. And it can be in many different ways. Yeah. You suggest that we should isolate them. Okay. That's
Well,
that's
if you
beneficial
have
for
a,
the society.
yeah, if you have a murderer on your hands, you want to get him out of circulation.
Yeah.
I mean, I can think of, look, if say you had a murderer, say you, but maybe it was more a crime of passion than a premeditated, this cocksucker is just a killer. Maybe it was more a crime of passion. I mean, the first thing that pops into my head is after some amount of time, if you think they might be rehabilitated, you put a fucking ankle bracelet on them so you could track them. That's maybe another thing they have to forfeit in their lives. They will always be tracked, and they'll always know where they are and what they're doing. I don't know. There's different ways of doing things.
A lot, yeah.
You could have a fucking camera on them for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
If that's if that's what it takes to allow them back into society. But you first of all, you think they're rehabilitated, but you don't want to take a chance. Maybe you're wrong. Yeah, I bet you there's a way to keep them on camera, and you
Yeah,
could
but
watch them.
that's the point. So, what's the main goal here, right? To protect the society, right? Russia.
Yeah,
I think,
well, that is the main goal, but you don't want to underestimate the importance of protecting the people who are committing these problems. They are human beings too. They're sentient human
yeah,
beings too.
that's another point. But if you like want to teach this is wrong, in the first place, we should obey that rule that we created. Like we should value life. Doesn't matter if you think that the person is sick or needs to be rehabilitated or whatever, right? Like we should treat all humans in the same way without looking at what they are, because w- what people are is also the result of the same society. Those people came from the same
Yeah,
society, not from another planet.
right.
They didn't come and they start killing people. Like
Yeah,
we have those people, we educated them in that way, or
they're a
we
product. They're a product of our society
exactly.
that we're all in.
Yeah, if our main goal is to protect the society, we should focus on like how to educate them.
What went wrong with that person in
Yeah,
this society that we're all in?
yeah, because
What went wrong?
yeah, it comes from the society, so that means there is a problem in the society. We shouldn't think that it's an individual problem.
Well, it's going to be a little of both. It's going to be mostly the individual. There's going to be wiring. There's going to be activity, brain activity that's out of kilter somewhere. And there's a million ways to justify that because society is a rough place to be from the beginning anyway. It's dog eat dog out there. It's not a friendly place, society.
It's not.
So, there's plenty of aggravation and inspiration to act out. It's all one big ball of a mess, but it has to be thoroughly investigated and understood.
Or it has to be just well planned. So again, like there is this ambition. Let's protect the society. Okay, if that's the purpose, well, then you should shape the society in that way. You should fix the negative things for your objective. Well, I don't look at it like a disease or mental problem. I don't look at it like that, because well, when it comes to morality, as I said many times, I think it's all subjective. And it's all about what people agree together. Humanity agreed that this is wrong. Okay, if they did it, if the that they value human life, then they should, work accordingly. So if you create such a society, it's us. We created these kind of societies, and it produces those kind of people. Okay, if it's undesirable, then fix your methods to create a society, because that society that you're creating is consisting such kind of people also. Try different ways, solve it in a different way, and instead of focusing on what to do, what you have, because yeah, there are rules, and you know that some people do not obey those rules. Okay.
You want to fix in society what triggers people, and there are some very basic triggers in society. Poverty is probably number one. Disappointment is going to be big. If your love life goes terribly wrong, you might not be a very happy person and
Hmm.
liable to hurt somebody. Maybe there's a way to address that. You know,
Yeah.
look, my my girlfriend left me for this fucking guy. I'm ready to kill somebody. So we send him to the bunny farm and get him laid all he wants. He'll be
Funny farm.
happy. Practical solutions. But as far as poverty goes, that shouldn't even be. No one should be wanting of anything that they require having, food, shelter, clothing. That should be uh, everybody's right to have. Everybody, because and that whether you don't need to make a case for it. The idea is that you're lowering the possibility of somebody getting twisted if you keep everybody clothed and fed, etc. You have less motivation to hurt somebody.
Or
That
steal something, right? Like
yeah,
you're
steal
saying that
something.
stealing is
Yeah,
wrong,
yeah,
and you
right,
let people so fucking
right,
poor.
yeah. Poverty is a big one, I would think. So anyway, I'm not big on killing people. I understand it,
Me too.
but I'm not really big on it. And I've heard, these are just things you hear through the air, that there's a very real percentage of people who have been executed, put to death, and they weren't even guilty. That's another fucking pitfall of capital punishment.
Yeah, what if you kill someone, you know, for no
What?
good reason, and they don't think about it? And yeah, you're right. Many people died, and it was wrong. At least like their
Now I'm talking about
accusations.
people who are actually innocent, but they're convicted of murder.
Yeah. The same point. Yeah. So there's such a problem also.
So, anyway,
Oh,
what's up, Bulldog?
Tabula says 4% in the US. You mean the wrong conviction or capital punishment?
Who you talking to?
Chat box on YouTube. Bulldog is silent, waiting for the, you know,
Wait for a
topics.
Muzzy to show up.
Okay.
What's up, Bulldog?
Oh, boy, I don't know if I should tell you.
Why?
Oh, you know Sam from Kosovo?
Yeah, he murdered somebody.
Yeah, I wish he did.
we we would know what to do with him.
Yeah.
What's up with Sam?
He came into a room and it was like, there was quite a lot of people in there, by the way. I don't know why. I give him so much abuse, but he keeps talking to me. But Black Cloud was sleeping, so it was good, like he had no choice. But he kept challenging me on, the Quran and blah, blah, blah. And it went bad real quick. But um, I don't know if he's got a mental problem or whatever. But basically predicted what he was going to say, and he said everything that, you know, what I predicted, and he just refused to answer the questions.
Yeah, well,
And
this is typical of.
oh yeah, but I predicted it anyway, right?
Yeah.
And Nick was in the room. You know Nick, don't you?
Nick.
He's from America.
Oh, I've seen that name recently, but I couldn't tell you anything about him. Yeah,
Oh,
I remember. I talked to him not too long ago.
What
I
about
didn't.
movies? He's well versed on movies and shit.
Okay.
If you heard his voice, I know you've talked to him before. You probably just can't record. Anyway, he was sort of like semi backing me up. And that's what made it even more funny, because at least I could have a break from asking him what the yellow liquid was, right? And then Sam's last resort was, you know, because he was telling me like, oh, the Quran's a great book and blah, 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 blah. And then Sam says, oh, you got to go see a doctor and find out what the yellow liquid is. You know, because, you know, like it was the baby making bullshit. And I said, so what do you want me to do? Take the Quran in to the fucking doctor and say, what's this? And then I sort of ramped it up and I said, oh, I just remembered, Sam, you're married with children now, aren't you? And he goes, yeah. I says, well, you must know what that yellow liquid is because you made some children, right? And it was just going funny like that. So for about an hour, right, he kept doubling down. And I thought, yeah, well, we'll keep doubling down. But Nick was chiming in. He's going, yeah, I want to know what this yellow liquid is too. All right. And then some other people typed in the side chat, and another Indian came in. He was an atheist. And he says, oh, I think you should see a doctor if you yellow liquid coming out like that. He said everything apart from the obvious. Everything. So that was my encounter with him yesterday. But he'll come back for more. He'll come back.
Yeah.
It's funny when you challenge him on certain things in their book, and Sam's notorious for not answering because he realizes the obvious answer is not going to be good, right? Regardless what it is.
I don't. You know, I've had it with all that. I'm not about to chase anybody after the subject of a yellow liquid.
Oh,
their book is so fucked up from beginning to end.
When he said it's a perfect book from God,
well,
you're challenging me. You know, you're egging me on.
Right. But
when you say things like that and make statements like that, you better come up with a good answer, because you've just made a big statement saying, well, it's from God. And if God don't know what the yellow liquid is and you don't know, and it's got something to do with fucking making babies, you better give me the answer what that fucking yellow liquid is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I like just chasing them after stuff like the hatred that's in the book. This is not a godly book.
No, well, okay, but you know, you go for the scientific stuff and the hatred. Yeah, that's another topic, and cosmology and all the rest of it, and everything the book talks about. There's errors throughout, and like that was my first topic. I could spend an hour with Sam, just on one topic. I got a fucking truck full of topics. I don't even get to the second one because he won't answer the first one.
Yeah.
And I just make everybody in the room laugh because they start getting on my side. They want to know what the yellow liquid's called as well. and then I told Sam, I says, look, Sam, put your wife on the phone, please. And I'll tell you something funny. I was in this room in philosopher's room, and this Muslim girl came in, and I challenged her about the yellow liquid, and she Googled it and posted what the yellow liquid was. And I says, I don't think you read this properly, because according to this thing what you've given me, it's an STD. And I know that STDs don't make fucking babies.
Right. Yeah.
I was hoping that Sam would fucking Google something and give me something to chew on, but he wouldn't. He just he doubled down.
How did you do, Phil the Sober, with that guy that just left? Were you satisfied with your conversation with him, or did you?
You mean Akmal?
Yeah.
Oh, you must have been here when we were talking about God.
No, I wasn't here for that.
Yeah. Maybe you can check the video later on.
Oh, was he a
his-
Muslim, was he?
That's a good question.
Ex-Muslim, he
Is-
said.
Ex-Muslim.
Yeah.
So what's he
Oh.
now? What's he now?
He's just a believer of God.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but like
Yeah.
all the belief is biased by the Muslim beliefs, his ex beliefs.
Right.
Yeah, the first cause, the necessary almighty being must exist. Blah 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 blah. It was futile for me, but then the conversation went smooth when we started talking about other things. It was okay later.
It would have been good to ask him why he left becoming a Muslim. Was it because he read the Quran and he worked it out that it was nonsense, so he reverted back to a generic God? I like to find out how they come to that when they just go, oh, I just believe in a God, no specific one.
Yeah.
Like, was it because of the nonsense in the Bible or the Quran or whatever? Because when they've just got a generic God, there's not many arguments, that you can use for a generic God because they don't have a book to go on,
When you start talking about there must be a God, and I'm not going to be specific, and it's not Allah necessarily, or Yahweh or anybody else. There must be a God. Those arguments are based in two things for me. One is ignorance, argument from ignorance, and an argument from incredulity, which means they can't believe that this could ever be a natural process. There has to be something supernatural. That's what they base their feelings about. And I understand. I understand where they're coming from, but that's not the approach you take when you're trying to figure shit out. You don't include the magical. You stay with what has been evidenced all these years. You stay with that.
Yeah, well, they need to watch videos, like of Sean Carroll or something like that, and just keep, trying to, there's no way you can educate them. They've got to educate themselves.
The most they can do is point to just how complex and how amazing everything is. All right. I know it's amazing, but that's not proof of a God. Especially when you see the results of this amazing creation.
Well,
This is
I
fucking
don't look.
brutal.
It might be amazing to look at, but it's not amazing the way it's come about. It's like we know how physics, works shit out.
Yeah.
Physics is fucking amazing.
Yeah. Oh, Lord.
Okay. I can recreate the room if you guys want.
Recreate a room?
Yeah, for more discussions.
We have a room. I don't understand.
Yeah, we have a room where there's no discussion.
So how are you going to recreate one that has a
Oh,
discussion?
relabel it, maybe. He's going to relabel it and call it something else, maybe.
No. I just create another room and we jump
Yeah.
into that room. There will be more people.
Why, you have a limit on this room?
It's not because of the limit. Like when, the room is open for quite some time, then people don't see it. They don't join because they don't see it. They don't scroll all the way down. That's why they don't see it.
Yes. Oh, that's true. You want to be at the top. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Knock yourself out.
Okay. I recreate and I will jump into in seconds.
We'll follow you.
Okay. Wow. Jack and Julie are so fast. Okay. Horatio. Yeah, you're learning, Julie.
You got any progressive prisons down in Australia, Bulldog?
Yeah.
Or is it business as usual?
Well, we try to make them progressive.
Really? You have the death penalty in Australia?
Yeah, they abolished it. I say bring it back.
Oh, they did knock it out. Okay.
I think they did. I don't think I was born when they had it, but um, actually, no, I don't think they would have had the death penalty because England used to use this as a penal colony.
You don't have the death penalty, according to AI.
Oh no, not now. I'm talking about you asked me if we ever had it?
No, I asked you if you had it.
No.
It was abolished in 1985 in all Australian jurisdictions
Yeah, there you go.
by 1985. So it might have been a drip and a drab here and there. And I guess you could do it differently in different parts of Australia. Is that possible? Or it's a
No,
federal?
it's all for one and one for
Is that
all.
right? I would think so. And the federal government. I mean, not in this fucking country, you can have 50 different ways to go. You know, you can have states that have it and states that don't.
Yeah, I know.
States that'll hang you, states that'll gas you, inject you, and electrocute you. And who knows, maybe even shoot you. I don't know. They run into problems when it comes to somebody bringing a suit that it's unusual punishment. Is that what it's called?
Oh, we've
Unusual.
had some fucking horrific fucking criminals in
Yeah, I know
over,
you have. I know. And where?
and they're still alive. They just isolate them in prison. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys have had some serious celebrity fucking um, serial killers.
Yeah, I know. They're trying to catch up to America.
I don't know.
Yeah, we don't want you to have the top spot.
I don't think you'll catch us. We're
Well, we're
so
doing
much.
a pretty good job of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. I saved one. Let me see if I can find him in my bookmarks. Just want to get his name. This fucking guy was nuts. Oh shit. Let me try this.
Hey, Aqua. Aquaman.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Is Leonard Lake one of your guys?
Don't know. It doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, no, he doesn't look like one of your guys. This guy looks Mexican. Never mind.
Give me another one. I'll tell you. I know a lot of them, but not all of them.
You know what? I'll just search it. Australian serial killers. Oh, list.
They've made a few documentaries, or not movies about these guys.
What do we got? Let's see. Serial murder. Come on. Oh, that's not what I want.
Oh, I was not audible. Hey, Ryder. How did you find a room?
Is in Australia. I don't know. I feel like, let's see. The Melbourne Ripper. Does that ring a bell? Peter Dupas or Dupas? Does that do anything for you? No.
No, not that one. How many people
The
did
bodies.
he kill? He probably didn't kill enough people. That's why I don't know about him.
At age 15, he attacked his neighbor with a knife before receiving a number of life sentences. Dupas committed several violent sexual assaults on women, murdered at least 3, but most likely 6 young women throughout the 1990s. Maybe he hit 6 as a number. Not very impressive. You got to be in double digits. Bunting? John Bunting.
Ryder, you have some background noise. You should know that. Okay,
What
got
the-
you. Got you.
Hello, Mr. Philosopher.
Hello, Matt.
I want to share about something like in our country. Um,
In your country?
yeah, that's what happening now because of they're running in Sharia law in our country. Uh, so many things are here are devastated because of they only know the jihad. And
Where are you talking
with,
about? What country are you talking about?
I'm talking about Bangladesh.
Okay, they've instituted Sharia law in Bangladesh.
No, they want to, but
They want to.
you know, yeah. Now the government are spinless, and most of the jihadi or I say Muslim people want to Sharia law, and they try to conquer it right now. For more concerning others, liberals for this issue. Now, if I talk about UK, I see what a beautiful country are devastated now because of those Pakistanis and Bangladeshi are gone there and they try to conquer UK. It's very sad to see the British people are minoring day by day.
They're what? Day by day?
They are
Under
I mean,
siege.
yeah,
They're being harassed by these jerk
harassed.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, well, they're stupid. And
I know. I really appreciate it. They're not as stupid. They are also rapists, pedophiles, grooming, and child raper. In our country, I grew up those things seeing, and I know them very well. So it's very concerning about it.
Mhm.
So I think most of you UK people now wake up and raise their voices against them.
Yeah. I mean, it's so nauseating. These people are so stupid. And I'm talking about people that want something like Sharia law. It's get the fuck out of here.
Exactly. If you want to establish your Sharia law, then go your country, go back to your country and establish it. Why you come to the Western country or Christian country, try to conquer it, right?
Caroline Grills, she used to poison her house guests. That was back in the 1940s.
Hmm.
It's a separate conversation I was having with Bulldog. The Granny Killer. Jesus Christ. John Wayne Glover. What's
Yeah,
with the
not
John?
Granny.
The Granny Killer. Yeah.
Yeah, John Wayne Glover.
He
Yeah,
murdered
he's very
six.
famous.
Yeah, he murdered 6 elderly women over a period of 14 months, 89 to 90. Let's see. That's not so bad. Russia has had, I think, maybe the worst. That motherfucker was, I forget his name. They did a show on him. Anyway, that's enough about serial killers. So is Sharia law going to be instituted in Bangladesh or no?
They try to establish it
And is it
because
going to
of
happen or not? Is it going to happen?
maybe not because of we are resisted. We don't try to happen it because if it happen, then um, we can imagine what they do. Mullahs already they have done much things like they
Wait, let me ask
they
you
they,
something. Let me ask
they
you something.
oppress minor people.
Your government, is it secular or is it a theocracy? Is your government secular or is it a religious theocracy? Do you understand the question?
Yes, I get it. You can say it religious person. That's the problem.
Secular, Western.
They name it the
I
secular,
don't know what your answer
so-called
is.
secular.
Is it secular? It, uh,
No, no.
yeah.
In our country, is democratic. Democratic. They try to say it is secular, but we know it is not a secular. The majority of Muslim people they uh, try to they
Yeah.
riot others cultures. They oppress minorities, and they want to establish jihad
Really?
for everywhere. And if we go against
This
them,
audio
then
is getting
they
fucked
try
up.
to they try to kill us. That is the morality of their religion. To
Do you have do you have a
if you don't if
do
you
you
don't
have
obey Islam, then they must chop off your head from your body. That is
uh-huh.
their ideology.
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah, it's a
ideology,
great
fucking people, and
yeah, yeah.
nasty
Go ahead.
mindset.
Do you have a do you have a Hindu Muslim problem in Bangladesh? Are the Hindus people who
Not the
do you
Hindus.
have anybody who you have a lot?
So no. Hindus are here in Bangladesh are minor, like Buddhism,
A
Christian. They
minority.
are minor. Yes, the majority is Muslim.
Minority.
95%. Yes, the majority is
Really?
95% is Muslim. You can
Oh,
imagine
that's
now.
not good.
Ni- That's not good.
good.
Yes,
That's not good.
and that's I try to tell you that 95% is Muslim, 5%
So
are other
now
minority.
I'm not so sure. Now I'm not so sure you aren't going to get Sharia law. You're probably going to get Sharia law.
Yeah, I afraid at that.
I don't know what
it scared me a lot.
resistance you're talking about. I don't know what resistance I don't know what resistance you're talking about.
We
When
protest.
95% of these guys are Muslim.
They try to their ideology to overcome us, but they don't, because somehow America, Bangladesh need America support. That's why if they try to establish Sharia law in Bangladesh, then we all know America will come in our country, and they will, and the Muslim jihadis are survive.
Get involved in Bangladesh.
No,
You just said it.
I mean to say that America try to help us, so minority can survive in this country. If majority of
How are we helping? How are we helping?
like us,
What way?
like human rights, like UNDP, like human rights NGOs come to in our country and they aid us, like US aid. That's why the Bangladesh running their taxes and others deficit money. So we can borrow the money from IDF and World Bank. There's the cooperating link that Bangladesh cannot be denied. Do you get me?
I guess so.
Uh,
Oh,
that's why
guys,
they.
am I audible? I just wanted to check that.
Yes, you sound good, man.
Ah, cool. By the way, Shakespeare, I've got a question. What do you mean
Yes,
by Sharia law? Like, what they want to do exactly? Could you please explain that? And yeah,
they believe in Quran, and Quran they believe in
mm-hmm,
Islamic law, and if they establish
mm-hmm.
in Sharia law in our country, then women have no rights, other minorities have no rights, and they they try anything to do, like
Why
Afghanistan,
women?
like,
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Continue.
because Quran says that there is no women rights.
Mm-hmm.
Quran,
Where?
the Quran in
Where
Quran.
does it say that? Can you tell me? I'm gonna check it. Give
Uh-oh.
me the chapter or
There is.
something. Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Listen, I don't have any ayat or verse that I remember it. But if you can check on
You can
Google
Google it.
that.
I'm gonna wait. You can Google
Mhm.
it.
You try
Or
it. You write down the
no.
Quran
Look,
against
there
women,
is.
like that way. You search it.
Okay.
You
No,
have
in
you
logic,
have.
there is a law. Like,
Mhm,
if you claim
mhm.
something, you are the one who has to show the proof, right? So you cannot say that
Right.
this is Quran says or Bible says this or like Torah says this, and just check for it yourself. No, you have to show it because you are claiming it.
Yes. Yes. I
So yeah,
claiming it, not
and
not claiming it. I'm
you are
sure it.
claiming it, bro. Okay, show it
Yes.
if you're sure. Show it. We're gonna wait.
Okay. I will check the verses now.
Hmm.
I will give to you.
Cool.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, cool.
Are you a defender of Islam, Mr. Developer?
Well, I'm not in that level. I'm not that
Are you
educated.
Muslim?
I am Muslim, yeah. But I don't think I have
Okay.
got enough skills to debate or just.
No, brother. I'm also not here debate, but in our country,
No,
the
no. I
situation
just.
is most worse.
Mhm, mhm.
You know the
I mean, I
jihad.
don't
You
know.
know the jihad.
I know,
You
George.
know.
I know your country. I have some friends from your country, but like
Hmm.
Bangladesh is pretty much secular country. Like people can go outside with European dress, and they can choose to their religion. They can be Christian. They can be atheist. Like I don't know. You're
You
giving
if
me
you
vibes like. Mhm,
if you see it surface level, but if you live in here, then you realize
mhm.
it. I have been
Maybe,
here
yeah,
from my childhood. I grew up here,
yeah, yeah,
and I'm still
yeah.
be here.
Probably,
So
yeah,
you can tell me that
probably.
no, that's not the. I know the Bangladeshi people not. Yes, not all Bangladeshi people are bad, or they are try to jihad on you, but some people radical are try on it, and they are very much aggressive. You know.
Can you give any examples that happened in your country? Like, let's say a person left the religion and they killed
Yes.
him or.
No, no.
Mhm, mhm,
Yeah, here are many references, bro. I mean to say,
Give one.
like, yes, if you search the Google, Asim Mohiuddin, he is a atheist. He's
Awesome.
he's a Muslim man. Okay, he tried to convert in atheist. Then he's a writer also. He's a writer also, and he's a engineer. So in here, Bangladesh, when
Did you
he
say?
converted,
Sorry,
when he converted in,
sorry.
atheist,
Did you
atheism.
say Ahsen Muhaddin? Can you write it down? I'm gonna Google and learn about him.
Okay, okay.
hmm And I'm waiting for the verses that you said, like Islam
I
or
can give you
Quran
several.
says
I can
no,
several. No, no. I
no
can give you
woman rights.
several.
Uh-huh.
References. Just wait.
Mhm.
I can.
Cool, cool, cool. Cool.
Okay, sarcasm. You wanted to speak? I hope you have good audio. Okay, there's some connection problems, I think. Okay, man, like, yes, you're right. Well, when you say that you claim something, you have to present evidence. But what we're seeing in Muslim countries, at least we can get to the, fact that woman has less rights in those countries. And that could be a result of Islam also. Are
For
you saying that it's
example,
not because of Islam?
no. There could be some countries which kind of misinterpret the verses and say that woman does not have the same rights as men. I can understand that.
According to your
But
beliefs, women have the
mhm,
same right, according to,
of
let's say, Quran?
of course,
Okay,
of
no
course,
problem.
of course,
So,
women have the same rights. Like it's not about gender, it's not about skin color, it's not about nationality. We have the same rights. But of course, some countries, some people might abuse it. I mean,
okay, so you think that
yeah.
the people that he mentioned is also the
Mhm.
same people who want to abuse?
Maybe abused or maybe misunderstood or I don't know. Like it sounded so like weird to me.
Hello, developer brother. I
Hello.
give you the. I give you the. I give the you comment.
Oh, look,
Comment?
look, look,
Please
bro,
check it.
bro. Look. You cannot just say like murdered by
You try
mullahs.
and Google it. You try and Google it.
Oh, okay, okay. I got it. I got it. Like we don't care about
You
mullahs.
you
Just
Google it, and you will know. There are much vast, many things
okay,
in internet that you can find out. Just
okay.
search on
I
it.
got it,
Asim Muhyiddin, who is the survivor of this mullahs when they try to
bro. I'm not.
kill, kill him, and Abhijit Roy was brutally murdered by in Ekusha Boy Mela. This is a
Mhm.
publication, uh,
Look, look, bro.
Boy Mela is kind of
Um,
book
I
fair. In book fair, they obituary was murdered by mullahs because of
Mhm.
their only
Mhm.
one reason is they are atheist. That's the problem.
Mhm.
Problem.
You finished it, right?
Yeah.
Mm, okay. So first of all, like we don't care about
Hmm.
mullahs. Like we care about the evidence and where they are getting their evidence from.
Hmm.
So yeah, if the person, as far as I know in Islam, if a person leaves the religion, he will be held in the court. And how do we know if he left the religion?
You don't really know, do you? He has to leave it.
Exactly.
He has to leave it in his heart. And who can
Well,
look at that?
yeah, the thing is, if he left the religion and just living his life, no one would know.
Hmm.
They only
Because
know
they
we
are
only
writer.
know if he
No.
yeah if he
I ca-
starts if he starts to do it, publicize it. Like
Uh-huh.
imagine like you're living in a
They are writer,
country.
bro. They're
Let's say,
writer. They
okay,
have
okay.
a secular mindset. They have a liberal thoughts, like a
Mhm,
free of
okay,
thoughts. So they write anything. Right? We have
okay.
a free of speech. We can talk anything.
Mhm,
But not that that I mean to kill you. That you mean to kill me. You can say anything about me. I can say anything. That's the perspective. You have
mhm,
another perspective. I have another. But based on evidence, if you come to here and argue with me with evidence, that's okay. But
mhm.
try to kill someone. It's not like a
Yeah,
debate. It's not like an
we
agreement. This is a
normal normal
terrorism.
people cannot
Yeah.
do. For example, look, we have got in Islamic jurisprudence, we cannot do the ordinary the countrymen cannot
If
execute
you
the
say
law.
that
Cannot do
you
it.
have
Like
many friends,
if a
you
person,
have.
uh, can you let me speak? You're literally
Okay,
cutting me
okay.
all the
Please,
time.
please, please. Okay, okay.
Okay, so basically, let's say I'm your neighbor, and I found out that you
Okay.
left Islam, right? So I don't
Yeah.
just go and kill you. It's prohibited. It's not permissible. The thing is,
Yes.
I might tell to the police or the court of the country, the Islamic country. But the thing is, your country is not Islamic country. It's democratic country. Like no one can do it. Okay, there should be a thing called a person called qazi or qadi. I don't know. It's a jurist or advocate. I don't know in English, but yeah, this is the thing. So we take you or police take you to the court, and they kind of make sure that you left Islam. And if you left Islam, the first thing that they would do would not be just kill you. They would give you time. Like the time is not like a really short. It's I don't exactly know the period, but they will give you time, and by in this time, they are gonna like make sure like they try to answer every single problem that you have, every single question that you have. Okay.
Okay. Let me ask you one
Then
question.
after that,
Do you
the
know the
jurist and the
do you know
president
what the
of the
mob
Islamic
mob? Here
mob.
is the most of yes. Here is the
Mhm.
mob of death
You mean
penalty.
gangster or something?
No gangster. No. There is a kind
Mhm.
of group of mullahs who try to kill you in
Uh,
mob, and that's how they doing
what is
since
mob?
they kill. Mob is a life of that group that riots, and in the riot they kill you. Sometimes
Why?
they kill, or sometimes they are just hit or attack someone. Like you
Oh,
say that you have a friends in Bangladesh. They are uh, uh, choose by their religion. They're kind of secular. Yes, we are democratic country. We are secular. But if you came here and you say that anything about against in Islam or anything about not not say like that in Islam, but if you try to
mhm.
against their opinion or something that they don't want to hear it, they will try to attack you instantly. Do you believe that?
I didn't get it, to be honest. So they kind of riot and they will go to your home and kill you or beat you? Is this the thing
Not
that you
home.
wanted to say?
Anywhere, anywhere, anywhere,
Anyway, for
anywhere.
what? For you insulting the religion, or
Not insulting, but if
Mhm.
you against their opinion or their ideology, like
How?
you say something that how like
Mhm.
there are many things like women are if they share that we wear only sharis, not on hijab, but if the, but they want to them within wearing hijab. That's the
Do
problem.
you have court? Do you have police? Do you have like president of your country? Do
If
they
you
just
Google
allow?
it, if you no, let me finish, brother. If you Google it um, mob mob in Bangladesh, you can several reference, not one reference, several reference. You have seen it. I'm just saying that surface levels. There is much worse um, happening right now in our country. Like that, I say, um, a woman try to wear a shari or they whatever they want to wear, but in Islam, um, in our country, the Muslims are not allowed. Kind of they want to be the in hijab, not in sharis. Like that way. That way you against their opinion or their ideology, and they try to somewhere if you noticeable or something against say that their thoughts, um, then they create a mob and try to kill you. That's the issue. Not I'm saying that all the Muslim people are bad, but somehow we all know that radicalism is hiding somewhere.
Yeah,
Do
I
you
got,
agree
I
with
got
that?
your point. So basically, you're saying there are some people that want to
I
do.
have a lots of Muslim friend. I have a lots of
Mhm,
Muslim. We are living. We are hanging out somewhere.
mhm,
They don't try to tell me that they are religion things. They are okay with that. They are liberal. But some, oh, a person who all grow up in madrasas and they only know the Quran hadith or something like if say hadith, um, they don't know anything about others educations like science, biology, chemistry, or human psychology. They don't even know. They only know the Quran hadith. What do you expect them? They can understand you easily? No, they don't understand you easily.
mhm. Look, yeah,
That's the problem.
I understand there
Do
could
you
be
get me? That's the
yeah,
problem.
understood.
If you, not only not
Okay, I understand there could be extreme in every religion, or even people without religion, but we have to look at the source where they are getting it. So basically, you said there is verses in Quran that says women does not have the same um, how do we call it, rights as men, and or you're saying like violence is permitted in Islam or something, and we need a proof for it. Like I'm waiting for it. By the way, Horatio, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Basically, these rules are only executed by the ruler of the country or the jurist.
Okay, so that
No,
means these are rules, right?
yeah, these are rules. Like I think it's available. No, I think I literally saw it. It's available in Christianity, Judaism, and anything. And for this rule to be applied, the country has to be Islamic country. Like today, I don't think we have an Islamic country, do we?
Why would
Oh,
anybody have the authority to put somebody to death for
mhm.
changing their religion? I don't
Okay.
care if
So
it's a jurist, a judge, a priest. I don't care who it
look,
is.
mhm. First of all, how do we know the person left the religion is by they are publicizing it, and by publicizing it, by being against the majority of the majority of the countrymen, they are endangering the country, the safety of the country.
All right,
Like,
that's a lot
let's
of
say,
bullshit. That's a lot of bullshit, and
well, for
you're
you,
over dramatizing it. The Hadith itself says if they just
mhm,
leave, separate themselves from the Islamic community,
mhm.
kill them. Nothing about they're running around making a lot of noise. Nothing about that. Read the Hadiths I put in
So
there.
we just so
There's
you're saying,
nobody causing
mhm,
corruption in the land because of it, unless you want to call talking about the religion you have embraced is corruption.
mhm. You finished?
Is talking about the religion that you embraced, is that corruption? Is that worthy of death?
By the way, you're being cut. I could not get it. Is it only for me or for you guys too?
No, he's breaking.
No.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But let's think, a little bit deeply here. So you're
You
saying
don't have
that
any fucking balls to talk. You hear silence and you don't know what to do with it.
Russia, I think there's
Bro,
also
When
latency.
you hear silence, when the room goes silent, it's time to say what you have to say.
Russia. Yeah, that's the problem. Let me unset him. So if you hear me later on, probably you'll hear me later on. That I think it's because of the latency. So you were breaking time to time. That's also another problem. So after you hear and you try to fix it, just type down.
he left.
Probably he's refreshing.
Okay.
Yeah, the problem is you're saying that it's okay if there is an
Hello,
Islamic
developer
country.
brother. Hello.
Okay, I think I'm not audible. Am I audible?
You're. Yeah, I was just listening to you.
Either Shakespeare couldn't hear me or he
Mhm.
doesn't want to hear me. I don't know. But anyway, so I want to finish my fucking question in any way.
Uh-huh.
I can hear you.
Okay, I think you're still breaking Horatio, but let's check it out. But
So,
let me
what was
finish one question. Oh
Am
my
I?
fucking god!
How's my audio? How's my
You are
You're
breaking
still
again.
audio now?
breaking. You're still breaking. You're still breaking.
I just want to know. You say I'm breaking. Now I want to know.
Yeah. Let's type it down. You are still breaking. Okay. Okay. And all those problems, I want to finish my question.
Yeah,
So
I'm here.
if you're saying that those rules are not applicable anymore because there's no any Islamic country.
No, I'm not saying it's not applicable. They're not applicable. They could be applicable only in the Islamic country.
Okay,
Like
but do you think it's
these
okay to apply
countries,
those rules to kill someone just
yeah.
because he doesn't believe a God exists?
It's not because of the he doesn't believe that God exists, because you can literally see um people living in Islamic countries like atheists, agnostics, or other religions like Christians, Jews in peace. It's only happening when they are being apostate and making it publicly. Because I mean,
Okay, like
to
I
my
can
ear,
say
it's in the end.
publicly, I'm not a Muslim anymore, so that deserves
Mhm.
to be killed.
No, it doesn't immediately lead you killed, but
When
you need to
exactly?
understand. There is
I'm trying to
no time
understand, as you
limit.
see.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. Basically, like they give you scholars and they will answer every single question of yours.
Okay, what if
If
I
you have
say
any
that, hey
problem with that.
guys, yeah, I listen every
Mhm,
answer, but that doesn't make
mhm.
sense. There are a lot of problems in what you're saying. So what now?
Probably in this case, yeah, they will execute.
So do you think it's fair?
I
It's
do think
okay.
it's fair because, yeah,
Why?
in every law, or look, in every country or in any religion, if you look at, there are laws that leads you to get executed. For example, this guy saying Jesus Christ, like truly, we can give an example from Christianity. It's clearly said that in
Man,
Christianity,
man, man,
like,
man. This is another
oh,
fallacy in like
okay, okay,
so you
okay, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah,
It
like
is available,
when you
yeah, and I do
joined
think,
here, I remember you said, "Hey, Shakespeare, in logic, what you're doing is false. You have to prove your claims."
oh,
That sounds like
you
you
want me to
understand
prove
about
it?
logic. For what?
Oh, of course, of course. I mean, it's available in Christianity,
No,
Judaism,
no,
and
no, no. I didn't want you to
ah,
prove that. I said that
okay.
that's another logical fallacy that you're commenting right now. So you're saying, "Oh, look, Christians do the same." I don't care what other people say. My question was, do you think it's okay just because someone
Yeah.
doesn't believe a God exists, and just because someone
Mhm.
doesn't find the arguments convincing or the evidence, and you come and say, not you, but those people say, "Hey, we must kill you because you don't accept our beliefs."
Mhm.
That's so
So I
violent to
do
me.
believe, yeah, I do believe if they do not want to believe of the country, the same country that they're living, which is Muslim country, and in this country they want to be atheist and be against the whole country, they better leave this country. If they leave, they wouldn't just go to your country and kill you. Like you are being exactly in this country, and you're endangering the majority. Like you're
Endangering
spreading
in what way?
safety. I mean,
Their
safety. Like you're
safety,
trying.
like when
Uh-huh.
people stop believing in God, they go and kill people. They go and torture people. That's what they think or what you
Uh,
think.
no, 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 no. It's like being against the majority of the country. Like
It's like, what
imagine
do you
you're
mean being
living in a,
against the majority of the country?
so the people in this country that you're living believes, like, let's say 90%, 99%,
Okay,
95% of
they believe a God exists, and I don't
people
believe a God
believe in
exists.
God exists, and specifically, let's say a religion, right? You're being against it, you're publicizing it, you're being in this same country, and let's say
Oh,
you're creating videos about it. Don't you think it's a little bit off? Like you can go to anywhere else and be wherever you want, that accepts you wherever you are, but
yeah, but
not the
we don't
country
have
itself.
to, man. Like right now, we are living in
Mhm.
a century. What I create can be seen in any country right now. So there's no way of
Mhm.
escaping my opinions. I say
Mhm.
whatever I want to say from my country, and now you
Well,
hear it in your
you know,
country. So and the rules changed, like that. Like now we have technology. Then those Sharia laws, such as, wait a second, it was in the past, because now those opinions can be a danger for anyone in our country right now because of the technology. Either let's destroy technology, or let's start destroying those people, even if they're not in our country, because they're a danger for our people because they think differently. Which one
Uh,
would
uh,
they suggest?
sorry, I could not understand.
Okay, you
Could you
said this
please
is an
repeat it again?
opinion. This is a danger for
Mhm,
that
mhm.
society, right?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
If in that society, I should be like them, or
Well,
I should be
at
in another
least,
country. But right
I
now,
mean,
what I
mhm,
think can be heard, can be seen in those countries. I don't need to be there, right? If that's a
yeah,
danger,
yeah,
what
yeah.
I think or what I don't believe, if do you think that this is dangerous for some people in that country or the majority of the people in that country, I don't have to be there anymore. They open their YouTube, they see me, they listen me, right?
Mhm.
So that the rule
Yeah.
must be like that. Hey, wait a second. It was in the past. We should kill the person if he is in this society, but now he can put into danger even without being here in my country. So we should go. We should send people to kill those people. That should be the rule based on that logic,
Mhm,
because I'm a danger for them. Doesn't matter where I am right now.
mhm.
uh,
No, but I don't think this is never done.
But it's not about if it was done, but
Mhm.
logic suggests that, right? If you think that
Yeah,
someone
maybe.
doesn't believe a God exists is a danger for the
Mhm,
society, now I am in
mhm,
all those societies. I can be in all those societies with the help of internet. So that means
so
I deserve to be killed.
yeah, and let me just interject a
mhm,
problem here. If you are anything like me, you believe in a subjective morality, not an objective morality. I don't know.
Mhm.
Do you agree with that to any extent, Philosopher?
Yeah, I go for subjectivity.
Okay, so that's a problem. If in any given country, you have to assume the government represents the will of the people. If that government decides to kill apostates, that's the morality of that country, and it has to be observed. So, in a way, I my argument is done. If that's what you want to do, you're entitled to do it in your own autonomous country.
Mhm.
We outside of that country, we're looking in. We don't like it, but what's that got to do with anything? Other than we
Yeah.
can protest and make our wishes known and talk about civil and human rights and blah blah blah. That's all you can do. You can't really impose your authority on another country as much as you would want to. Much as you would want to. So
I can't do it
maybe,
because they're the majority.
well, who's the majority?
They are in their country. They're the
Well,
majority.
that's another catchy situation. You could have a government that is imposing their will on a population
They do
that
that,
is
right?
not. Yeah, yeah, it happened in Nazi Germany, and,
It happens all the time
yeah,
right
okay.
now.
So it's not, but you have to assume they are the will of the people. You have to assume that because that they're in power.
Exactly.
If the people have a problem with it, they're the ones that need to make the change somehow.
Yeah, that's what I say always. Like, either you
Yeah.
like it or leave it. And if there's no place for you,
Or
then
try to
you are
change it.
sure
Or
you,
try
you
to
can
change it
try to change it, but if you see that
at your own
it's,
risk.
yeah, that's very risky. So, but it's
Right.
the way that it works all the time right now. Also,
Yeah.
if you are powerful, if you're the majority, your rules are being applied,
Yep.
and that's wild. And that's just animalistic nature. And I see that, I understand, and I accept that.
So the only noise I'm really making is that I just think it's crazy to kill somebody because they left your religion. But within your country, I have nothing to say. But outside of your country, you're going to hear it from me. You're going to hear it from me. But, listen, if I'm in a country that's strictly Muslim, Sharia law, you're dead if you don't stay Muslim. I either got to get the fuck out or just quietly look like a Muslim.
Yeah,
One or
exactly.
the other. One or the other.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I have got a question. Like,
Yeah.
I don't even know, but this guy is sending a material on Wikipedia that's supposed to mean like a person was burning Quran in Afghanistan, and he got killed by some ways which I'm not aware of. So, do you think what she did is logically um, correct thing to do? Like, you live in Afghanistan where it's like 99% population are like strictly Muslim, and why would you even do that? Like, what's your problem? Why would you even um, like burn a book of any kind of religion? What's your problem? Why would you even do that? If you have any kind of like problems or discussion, that's totally fine. But why, Mr. Meow?
You are asking for trouble if you're going to run around burning Qurans.
Exactly. Like,
That's not
it's
quite the
so
way to make a
illogical.
change. It's not the way to make a change. That's just a way to incite a riot. That's all. It's not bright.
Yeah, talk, Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow doesn't have the mic.
Oh, okay.
No, he has the mic.
Well, if I remember the article well, she did not burn the Quran. She presumably she just mentioned it, right? And the rumor spread so far that not even the security, the police got on time. Like, there was a mob of people, taking her out of the house, throwing the stones to her and everything. And you can see the video on the internet. It's pretty graphic.
philosopher, do you want to pick and choose who gets a mic, or anybody in the room should have a mic? Which is it?
I just cherry pick it, and yeah,
I
that's,
mean, how do you know if somebody has something good to say and they can't say it?
they can throw it in the chat box.
Yeah. 'Cause there's a lot of people here without a mic.
Yeah, and they're not asking for the mic. Also,
Okay. Guys, you got to ask for the mic in the side chat if you want a mic.
they can raise their hand. Also,
Microphone.
that's how they do it.
What do you mean raise the hand? How does that work?
You don't know that? Come on. Just
I
look at,
don't
there's
know
a
what that
hand.
expression. Huh?
Yeah, I
There's a
think it's-
hand down below. You see?
Oh. Oh shit, really? I didn't know that's what that was.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Well, I haven't looked into this nonsense. Okay.
Yeah, you don't need
So
it.
I just hit it. Oh, okay. The hand appears over my avatar. How do you like that shit? That's pretty cool. I never saw that. I tend not to run around and check things out.
Yeah.
I'm only here to
Do you know
talk.
other features, Horatio? Maybe we can teach some features about this website.
I think that's a good one right there. The other one is the AFK, but I learned that the other day for the second or third time.
FK, be right back, busy, sleeping, and there are
Well,
a lot of
I didn't know where to
emojis.
find it. I didn't know where to find it. He changed the location to the
I
gear
hope
in the middle.
you know about
Right.
noise cancellation feature here, Magic Mic.
No, I don't have that, but I don't usually worry. I have not run into a problem with noise cancellation.
Okay. YouTube sharing, movie streaming.
Not worried about any of that shit. You don't have to go
Okay,
over all that
okay.
shit. You answered my question. You put your fucking hand up. I didn't realize that. Oh shit, that is so cool. Me, call on me.
Yeah, there was another girl in Iran. She was killed for not wearing hijab. So that condition in all the Islamic countries, I think.
Look, is killing not for wearing hijab available in Islam? Or is it against Islam? Maybe.
It can be okay. It can be against killing or whatever, or maybe you're saying that it's not
Mhm.
part of Islam because somehow
Mhm.
Islam failed. But then why all these people, kill these women, right? What was wrong about these people? They were all Muslims in the street, and
Well, I don't know. It's a situation that I'm not aware of, and it's a country that I'm not in. And is it even logical that you are giving an example of a thing that's totally against the religion that you are fighting against, quote unquote? Like, why are you even giving it as an example?
because it's a good example. I mean, Afghanistan is a Islamic country, right? And you can say
yeah.
like they like insecurity or however you put it. So needless to say, the religion, like I said before in the chat, but in and of itself, you can bring any other religion. You can say Christianity or Judaism or whatever. In my opinion, religions, by themselves are violent. I mean, people need to be controlled by some other, entity, right?
I mean, it's even available in every country too. Like, people need to be controlled in democratic countries, secular countries, aren't they? Shouldn't they be controlled?
Yeah, as well. So, but I mean, the way I say it is that it's Islam is not so perfect, right? It can be as dangerous as any other religion. That's what I say. It's like allowing a family to take revenge on somebody who killed their let's say little boy, right? People go nuts and want to take revenge in their hands. It's just the way people behave, when they lose their minds. So, if in my opinion, if Islam was so perfect, right, it could control people, then why it did not control these people back then? I mean, before they killed that woman.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And the thing is, Iran is not an Islamic country, even though they claim to be an Islamic country. But you can literally see for yourself, like they do a lot of things against the Islam, against the rules of the Islam.
Mhm.
And of course, not only just the rules of Islam, just even just normal human rights. I mean, I'm talking about the government. The people are so nice, people are so good. I've got friends from Iran, but the government is messed up. And it's the same, bro. It's the same case in every country. Like it's, but
When you say the government's
you
messed
guys,
up, how are they messed
yeah.
up? How is Iran's government messed up? In what way?
Mhm.
In what way?
Okay, so basically, they're cruel. Like they are too cruel for their people, and they have got some hypocrisy which I do not understand. For example, now we know them as a savior, Palestine, like fighting against Israel. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
okay, cool. But they were the Hezbollah, the I think it's like a really, really tied with Iran, right? Iran and Lebanon, I guess. They were
Right.
literally killing innocent people in Syria. You guys know this as well, right?
I
The
couldn't
same
talk.
people, like innocent people.
You're
Yeah,
gonna
I mean,
have
you
to.
can do research.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do some research. And that's the thing which I do not understand. Why these people of Syria different than Palestinian people? Okay, I mean, I agree they're doing some things are good, but in general, I cannot say the Iranian government is perfect or near to perfect.
They have a secular government. They don't have Sharia law, do they?
I think they claim to be they have Sharia law, but
Really?
I don't know. But they're not Islamic country. And the second thing is, and the ruler of the government, the main one, believes how do you call it in a belief? The Shia, like in it's a branch, or how do you call it, sect, which only like 5 or maximum like 8 to 10% of the Muslims believe. Like 90% of Muslims kind of do not agree with a lot of things that they are doing. Most of the things in general.
Yeah. Well, according to AI, Iran's legal system, the answer is yes. They have Sharia law. Uh, Iran's legal system is based on a blend of Sharia law and civil law principles, with Sharia law serving as a primary source for many legal provisions. The Constitution designates 12 Ja'afari, Shia Muslim, as the official state religion and stipulates that laws must be based on Islamic criteria and an official interpretation of Sharia. So they're wrestling with Sharia law over there. Whatever. It seems to be a hybrid system. They also incorporate elements of civil law. They have a parliamentary system. I wonder who has the last word. That's what tells you what kind of law you have. Who has the last word? Boom, 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 boom. Ba-dee-dee-bum, dee-dee-dee-bum, dee-bum. What are you doing for the stuff? Are you leaving?
I will take a break, but I want to keep the
Okay.
conversation online.
Yeah, I also need to go. I will join later if you guys are online. And thanks
All
for
right,
the
the fellow.
conversation and for the room.
Thanks for
Yeah.
Yeah.
joining.
Have a good one, guys.
I
You
think that
too.
was a good one.
I forgot this one was on YouTube.
Really, the warning is on the top, Mister.
Yeah, but I forgot.
Okay, do you have some regrets about that?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Some other people have regarded me without my consent, so it's fine.
Okay. They do it. That's weird. Like, there are at least two people joined here, and at the end of the conversation, you know what? I'm also recording. I was like, no, I'm not recording right now. But you were recording and you didn't tell, and they said, "No, this is okay."
Yeah.
And I think my warnings are enough. On the main page, it says it's live on YouTube. Here, it says live on YouTube. But sure, sometimes people miss it.
No, it's just like sometime later you forget, right? The
Oh,
recording.
maybe I should repetitively copy paste the message in the chat box so that people can be always aware of that they're on YouTube.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe I should do that.
like a welcome message, right? Like every time somebody joins the room, you can pop it up.
Oh, but every time someone joins, they see it. It's popping.
Yeah, but only once, right?
Sure, only once. Yeah. Jack went silent. This should be that should be enough.
Can you imagine sitting in an electric chair waiting to be electrocuted?
Oh no,
Fuck
man. That's fucked
that.
up. It's really fucked up.
I didn't need to imagine that, Horatia.
I'm telling you, man. I wonder if
And
lethal injection is humane or not.
and the bad side is like just you heard of him, right? Some people they try to explain their belief to you, and you say, "I'm sorry, I'm not convinced. Like this is not good enough for me to accept
Right.
your claims," and they say, "Okay, now we are gonna kill you."
Yeah. We tried to save you, but
Yeah, they tried.
we tried to save you from us.
Have you watched the movie The Green Mile?
Sure.
I saw a little bit of it.
So do you know that it's based on execution of George Junius? I don't know if I'm pronouncing the name well. Stinney, and it was an African boy who was unfairly judged of the murders of two white girls. Right? It's pretty interesting to read the story because they could prove later that he was not the one who killed them because I think they mentioned about the size of his body, and I think it's very very heartbreaking. Because they take just like a random black boy somewhere he was nearby probably, and yeah, he was executed.
And it
You should
will
do a
probably
link.
always be Jolie because yeah, we are passing by that amount of technology right now. Now anything can be imitated. Like it's not enough to say, "Hey, you know what? We have seen it on the camera." Oh wow! Now we don't trust the video. We don't trust it.
You know what? The interesting thing about the Green Mile, I knew because I watched just a snippet of it. I didn't stay for the movie, but somebody was glowing. The guy, I think that was in prison. There was a green light glowing because he's actually um, he possesses supernatural healing abilities
Hmm.
and the ability to sense others' emotions.
Yeah.
This is
You mean the big boy, the black
the
big
central
boy?
character, whoever that is.
Yeah, the guy. Yeah.
And that was played by that. He's a well-known actor, but I can't think of his name.
I think he
Yeah,
passed
so
away.
that's a little weird. I mean, that movie. But where are you going with this fucking movie? That you have supernatural nonsense in it?
Now we understand why you didn't watch it.
Maybe
So you did not finish the movie?
no.
Oh,
I'm sure you know.
I think
I
one of the
don't
greatest movies.
declare. I don't declare that it had to be useless. It might have been a great movie, but it
It was.
wasn't even because of that. I just didn't bother to watch it. That's all.
Hey, Harashi, you're not watching any fiction?
I do watch fiction. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe you did not know the story, right? You did not know what it was
It
about,
might
and
have been a
then
very good movie. Might have
it,
been a very good movie. I might have missed
it,
a good movie.
yeah,
There's issues that you deal with even in a stupid movie, and if they're handled well, it's worth watching. Um,
because it made me cry a little bit.
Really? The movie also explores themes of fate, miracles, and the nature of good and evil. See, that's heavy stuff. All
Yeah,
of which are
mm.
intertwined with the supernatural occurrences. And that's where it gets a little weird. I don't know. So, was it a good movie? It made you cry.
It made
Yeah,
me cry.
in
Yeah.
that sense, it's not different than Lord of the Rings.
It made me cry when when the big guy is executed, because you say it's so unfair, and 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 he's not guilty, right? He was not the one, because you can see, like, they give you some flashbacks, to what really happened, because he somehow, by touching actually the one who did it, who is in prison too, he's in the next cage. um you see images of how the murder, happened, and then it was not him. Where he has to, they have to go on with the process, because back in that time, he even what was the name of this actor? I don't remember. I mean, this guy, the I don't know how to call him, the one in charge, right? The one who is in power. He's talking to his wife and saying, maybe we can, pull this off in some way. Maybe we can release him, or open the door and let him free, or do something about it, right? But they realize it's impossible. Back in that time, in this era, like, to convince people that he's not a criminal, right? A murderer. It was impossible. The people were very, very biased, racist, and back in that time, I don't know. It was a different story. Yeah. So I understand that if you don't know the whole story behind, right? If you just, like, randomly, let's say, dial in, like, the TV, and you find a movie, probably you might find it boring, at times. But
The black guy, the actor's name is Michael Clark Duncan. I have to mute because there's a fucking parade going on outside, and they're making a lot of fucking noise.
it's all right.
Someone said he doesn't need that feature.
That would cancel it out. Okay.
It is though, yeah.
All right. Where is it?
Don't you have a Chrome
Can you hear anything in the background? Do you hear drums?
not too much. We hear mainly your voice mainly. Don't worry.
Well, these guys are making a racket in my ears, so I guess I have noise cancellation working.
Yeah. Somehow. I think that actor that we're talking about, I think he passed away. I don't know if I remember well, but I think he died.
I don't know. Tom Hanks was in there.
Tom Hanks. Now I remember the name of the main actor. Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks. Hanks. That's how you pronounce it.
Hanks. Hanks. Hank.
Tom Hanks. Right. Okay.
Yeah. Let's go see what's going on outside.
Go make a record. Maybe it's a demonstration against Trump.
Yeah. See, they didn't reroute normal traffic, and you got these people doing things in the street, holding up normal traffic. What's up with that?
You can see what it's about.
I don't know. They're just drumming, and I only caught a little piece of it. I don't know what they're doing. It must be in prep for maybe the 4th of July. I don't know.
Oh yeah, 4th of July is coming.
I don't know. All righty then. Let me say something here. Let me set these people to guests so they can fucking talk if they want to talk. Huh? Okay, that's everybody.
Thank you, Horatio.
Yeah.
I just came in, so I'm just reading the room.
hmm
Yep.
Well, it was a little bit more active a little while ago. Right now, we've pretty much shot our load. But if you want to incite a riot, go ahead. Just say you're a Muslim, and we'll get this party started.
I'm a Muslim, so
Uh-oh.
you know, it's like,
Uh-oh.
what's wrong with that? I mean,
What's wrong with that? Where do I begin?
where do you begin? Yeah, there's so much to cover. Yeah, a lot to cover.
Yep.
Yeah, I take aim and just shoot it. Maybe just shoot from hip.
Well,
I think
you
something
know
will land.
the biggest problem that a lot of people who are not Muslim like myself, I'm an atheist actually. The
Mhm.
biggest problem usually is in their scripture, and it's pointing out things that seem to be hateful and antisocial, basically, which is same as hateful.
Right.
Um, Stuff like that is, and and psychopathic. The idea of tormenting, well, listen, the idea of tormenting anyone for
Mhm.
all eternity is a very mentally ill concept. Very, very mentally ill, in my opinion.
Yeah, you gotta be a progressive to torment somebody because then you're not gonna use the word torment or torture. You're gonna use the word like something advanced, like there's a word for torture, and like progressives have came up with the term called I think advanced investigative techniques. That's what they call it. You got to be progressive. You got to present it in a better way, then people will be more
No,
receptive to it. But if you're crude, yeah,
don't you don't
if you're crude,
would you not agree that tormenting somebody for all eternity is a sick concept?
who told you that? Where did you get it from? I mean,
It's in your Quran.
it's in the Quran, and if it's for people, God always, like in most places, when God says, I'm gonna torment you and you're gonna, get burned in the hell forever. And then he says, in most places, he says, and God does as he will. So he always leaves room for forgiveness. He doesn't say like, you just burn. Of course, God is like a person, okay? He has a personality. So, at time, like when you're reading Quran or reading any scripture, you have to take it holistically. You can't just take one verse out of it and just say, this is it. Gotcha. I mean, that's not how a scripture works. We
Well,
need
listen,
to.
listen.
Yes, okay, please. Go
Okay,
ahead.
let me
Yeah.
give you an analogy of a human
Okay.
being. Of a human being. You have a human being standing in front of you. You introduce into him uh, enough volume of poison that it only
Mhm.
constitutes 1% of his entire body presentation. That's enough to kill him. That already makes it bad enough to discard. It's as simple as that. The idea that, oh, well, maybe he'll be merciful does not work. The concept of anybody burning for all eternity is sick.
Right.
You have to acknowledge that, or we remain at odds with each other.
I I get it, and I would
Mhm.
acknowledge it too. But again, I would say, I'm not a god, and I can't see the things the way God sees.
Yeah,
Right?
that's
I, I
that's
would, I
that's
would,
a
I would,
bogus.
of
That's a
course,
bogus
yeah, that's a bogus.
argument.
I get it. I get it. It's a bogus. I get it's bogus, and it sounds bogus. I acknowledge that too. But I would say that where my knowledge falls short. I'm not gonna just pretend to know it all, right? To be know it all, like I can answer you, I can satisfy your urge of questioning. Where I can't respond, I would just tell you I can't respond. But again, I would say like this, you know, like Quran, since I'm a Muslim, it's got like 114 chapters,
Hmm.
except for one chapter. All of the chapters begin with this verse, which is like, in the name of Almighty, who is merciful, who is and entirely merciful. Like it's merciful twice, right? Rahman and Rahim, right? It's not just Rahman. So merciful and entirely merciful. This is how the Quran begins. I mean, all of it,
Okay.
113. Like, I mean, when people come along and they just show me one verse and they tell me, okay, this is what your God says, okay. But again, there is a verse in the Quran where God says, I do not burden a soul more than it can bear. And again, there's a verse in the Quran where God says that I'm not, I'm only going to hold you accountable for what you had, let's say, uh, the authority over. What you were in a capacity to, do or not do. I'm not going to hold you accountable for somebody else's doings or deeds. I'm
Right.
just going to only hold you accountable for what you were, in the capacity to do. Like
Right.
only in regards to your capacity. So this, like holistically, it all makes sense to me, and I cannot, in good
No.
conscience, me in good conscience, cannot just negate all of it. I do get it where you're coming from. I do get that.
Yeah.
Not to say that you're saying we'd be at odds. If I couldn't acknowledge, I can acknowledge. I do get it. I do. I understand suffering. I'm not gonna just pretend that it's nothing. It is something.
Yeah. You'll
Yep.
never arrive at justice by torturing someone forever. That's not justice. That's sick.
I would
And
agree with you.
yeah. Well, if it's in your book that it's possible, that's sick. And that's an indication you got a problematic book on your
No.
hands. Look, the main argument
Mhm.
is it godly or is it man-made written? And of course, the things I'm pointing out indicate
Mhm.
it's written by men, angry men. That's it.
No, I get it. I get it. But again, I'm not a deist who believes that God does not have a personality. I believe God has a personality. He is alive like us. Of
Definitely.
course, we cannot draw a comparison between the God and the human beings. But just
The
for the
funny
sake,
thing is, every
yes, yes, yes,
description that
yes.
you ever give of a
Yeah,
God all
mhm,
comes out of a man's mind. None of it
that is
comes from direct observation. None of it. So
that is true.
Okay, so
We're
you
in
can say
agreement.
that all day. You know, he's got a personality. How the hell do you know? You've never met this guy, this God.
Of course, that's true. True, totally true.
So
There's nothing. There's nothing that you said.
is
There's
said,
nothing that you said that I disagree with. There's nothing that
okay,
you said that I
well
disagree with. I
then,
agree
yeah,
with
but
everything that you said.
you agree, but you're not speaking as if you agree. You're saying you're making claims about an entity that you know nothing about, other than
That is
from
very true.
some
That is very
other
true.
than from some other men. That's it.
Very true. Completely true. Completely
Okay,
true.
okay,
Completely true.
yeah,
There's nothing that I would push back against.
okay.
Nothing.
But you
that I
think
would
it's
push back against.
inspired. You think the men that are talking are godly inspired.
Yeah, I believe
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I believe that.
I
I
don't.
believe that. Yeah, of course, I believe that. It's okay. You don't do it.
You know, they all say
I'm
that.
not a missionary.
Akmal,
I'm
they
not a
all
missionary.
say that.
Okay,
They
okay.
all.
Horatio, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say
What?
something here, and I'll tell you. You know, I'm not a kind of a Muslim who believes, like, and again, don't think for a moment that I'm being an apologetic, because I can
Right.
say certain things about Islam that would,
Yeah, turn my
make
head.
that,
Yeah.
that would make, even I would say Muslims frown, even Muslims
Right.
frown,
I hope
let
so.
alone atheists.
I hope so.
Let alone atheists. Okay, so I'm gonna say something here that what I said about the God earlier on, that the God is like he's only gonna hold you accountable for whatever you are in charge of, right? So it just warrants or it guarantees that justice will be served. As an atheist or as an agnostic or as a Buddhist or as a Hindu, whatever you are, as a Zoroastrian, let's say, it doesn't mean that you will burn in the hellfire. It doesn't mean that. As long as you stay true to your heart and you do good, right, there are chances that you will be forgiven. Maybe even you are even better than the Muslims, than Christians, or than Jewish people. Let's say you're better. And because it's all about reflecting on your actions and not
It's not true.
let's
It's
say
not true.
hold on. Let me make my case. It's all about reflecting on your actions and not giving in or succumbing to your ego. As
Right.
long because God says that paradise is only for humble people. As long as you're humble, I truly believe in my hearts of hearts that there is a good chance that you will go to heaven if you are humble, as long as you're humble. Because that's the only thing God can't stand. If you're arrogant. If you're humble, I believe there's a chance. Like, you don't have to be a Muslim. I'm saying that I'm gonna get a lot of hate from Muslims too. They'll be like, no, you don't gotta believe in this and that. There are 5 pillars, or five, let's say, what they call it, the articles of faith. You gotta
Right,
submit to
right.
all of it, and only then you're gonna enter heaven. I don't believe in any of that.
Well, you're not really a strict Muslim. You're
I am very strict Muslim.
reinventing it. You're reinventing it.
Mhm.
Yes, you are.
Okay, what is it about Islam than reinventing?
Well, just what you just got finished saying, that you don't have to be a Muslim.
Yeah, you don't have to be a Muslim. I can show you the evidence from the Quran that you don't have to be a Muslim to go to the heaven. There's a verse that directly, yeah. I'm basing what I'm saying in the Quran, and Quran is the book that was revealed to the prophets, and of course it's divinely inspired, and it's been preserved as God made the promise. Of course, there are some good people who come along and say, there are different Qurans
Here's
in
your
Morocco,
Quran.
Algeria.
Here's
Oh,
your
yeah, go on.
okay. Here's your
Okay.
Quran, and
Sure.
it's chapter 22,
Okay.
and it starts at verse 19, and
Mhm.
it says,
Mhm.
and this is clear Quran interpretation into English.
Okay. Let me open it as well. You said chapter 20, verse 19.
Chapter 22.
Oh, chapter 22, verse number.
Verse 19, and then it'll go for about 2 or 3 verses.
All right. I'm gonna open it. Okay, carry on.
Here are 2 adversaries feuding regarding their Lord. As for those who disbelieve, garments of fire will be tailored for them, and scalding water will be poured over their heads, melting their insides and their skins, and they will have maces of iron. I don't know what that is. Whenever they try to escape the gloom, they will be driven back to it. Taste the suffering of burning. This is your Quran for disbelievers.
Proudly so. Proudly so. I mean,
So that contradicts what you just said.
no, it doesn't contradict. It
You
doesn't
just said you
in
don't
even
have
a
to be a
least bit.
Muslim. You just
Even in a
said you
least
don't
bit.
have. You just said you don't have to be a Muslim.
No,
This is for
hold on.
non-Muslims.
Hold on a second. It is I would say directed to particular people at that time.
Yeah, you can dress it up. You can dress it up any way you like.
Dress it up. No,
The verse directly from Allah says disbelievers. That's it. Doesn't dress it up.
Let's say, even if you're a hypocrite, and you're a Muslim, you are a disbeliever. You are a disbeliever, and God knows it. You could pretend to be a Muslim as much as you want, or even a Christian, or a Jew, or a Hindu, whatever you want. But if you are not, my point is that God is not gonna, hold you accountable for what you believed alone. He's gonna hold you accountable for what you did. And why are we just
not what this is
conflating?
saying? This is not what this is saying.
Oh.
This is only saying if you disbelieve, we got something for your ass.
You see, I'm gonna say something here. Were you a Christian before or not? So, because I'm gonna invoke some concepts that only, I would say people who believe.
I was raised a Roman Catholic as a child.
Okay, so I'm gonna invoke some, concepts from, let's say, the Abrahamic religions. There's a concept of a prophet and a messenger in Abrahamic religions. Okay, so when a prophet is just somebody who's divinely inspired. Okay, and
that's what you say. I think he's nuts.
Okay, I get it. No problem. No problem.
Okay.
Just a matter of opinion. So the second is messenger. So messenger is, again, of course, a prophet, guides people. But when a messenger is sent to a nation, that nation's fate is decided. Either they are rewarded or they are destroyed. You can think of the people of the Lot. You can think of the people of Noah. You can think of the people of Moses. You can think of the people of David. All these people were the messengers of God. You can look at their fates. Same was the case with Muhammad, peace be unto him, all of them. So he was a messenger of the God. And when he was among the people, so if they were to disbelieve the God at that time, right? Because what is a messenger? A messenger is in direct touch with God, and God is the one who decides, right? So it's like, you can think of the day of judgment. It's a day of judgment in miniature for the nations where a messenger is sent. So it's being said in that context because God knows everything. Okay, God knows everything, and messenger is in touch with him. I told you I'm not an apologetic, and
you are exactly an apologetic. You are precisely. You are speaking precisely as an apologetic. Everything you just said is an apologetic defense. You're saying they're messages from God. Who the hell said that? Well, where do you get that? Well, I get it from my book, the one I'm defending as an apologetic. Yeah.
I mean, when I said I'm not apologetic, I'm not trying to twist the words of the Quran in order to make it sound pleasing to your ears. That's what I mean by apologetic.
That's not what an apologetic is.
This is what I'm using the apologetic in that context. If you think that I'm just defending it,
you're using the wrong word. You're using the wrong word. You're an apologetic. You
are
an apologetic.
No, when the term apologetic is thrown around, it's usually thrown around in that context. So you can tell me, you can enlighten me, like what term should I use for it?
When you defend vigorously your book, and its claim of divine inspiration, you are an apologetic.
Okay,
Nothing
I am
about twisting words or being deceitful.
If I am twisting the words, okay, I'm missing words. Let's say I am. Then what would be the word for it? What would be the word for it?
Deceitful. You're
deceitful. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not. I am
All
defending
right.
the book, of course. I am.
You
defending
don't
the book.
have to
In
be
that context,
deceitful. You don't have to be
yeah, of course.
deceitful for me to throw out everything that you say. You're just being
Okay.
what you think is real, what you think
Yeah.
is godly, and I'm still throwing it out.
All right.
And I've tried to give you one very interesting reason. Your religion, I just read you the scripture out of the Quran that
Right.
that melting your insides and your skin is waiting for you. It's those are the words
The way you say
in
it.
your
The way
Quran.
you say it, I mean.
Well, no. I'm saying it the way they said it.
I
Those
get
were
it.
the
I get it.
words they put in there.
Totally. Totally.
Melting your
I agree with you.
insides and your skin.
I agree with you.
So
It is in there. It is in there.
yeah, word for word.
Word for
Melting
word.
their
Verbatim.
insides and their skins. I mean, this is just a disgusting religion with disgusting pronouncements that they make about things. I understand look, everybody, I don't care if you're Muslim, Christian, or atheist, everybody is looking to arrive at the proper way to conduct themselves. So that's the only credit I give everybody. That's why I try not to be overly condemning to anybody, because I know that somewhere their intentions are good. But when
Right.
I start looking at different messages from different people and what they think they found and what they think they believe in, I see problems.
Right.
And that's all
But
it comes
you
down
know,
to.
I get it. I do understand the concerns, Rachel. But the thing is, if you just tell people think of Christianity. Think of Christianity for a moment. Like it's okay. I might it might sound like a critique of Christianity, but bear with me for a moment. You see, in Christianity now, after the poll, right? You're like, all you need to do is just believe, that Jesus Christ died on the cross,
Right.
for the sins of the humanity. That's the atonement.
Another joke. Another joke.
Another joke. Let's say that's another joke. Okay, that's another joke for you. So, but when you think of it, right? All you gotta do is just believe. No, in the Quran, God is very clear. God says, when you believe in me, or when you, let's say, submit to Islam. Islam is just like the only religion of the God. Like Islam is not like, I believe even Jews and Christians are, offshoots of Islam, the way I see it. But again, that's not relevant here. So if, as long as you are, you believe in God, it doesn't promise you or guarantee you anything. As long as it's not enough. God says, if you submit to me, if you believe in me, you got to submit, and I'm going to test you. Like, did you think, or did you imagine that if you just believe, then I would just, let you enter the gates of the heaven? Is it going to be that simple? It says no. You are going to be tested. You're going to be tried. And if you, let's say, rise to occasion and you really come through, only then you will be deserving. Let's say, that is in all of the paradise. This is what it is.
That's horrible.
This is what it is. You have to earn it. You have to earn it.
Earn it.
Yeah,
Earn
you can't
it.
just.
You can't create human beings and then make them earn their future. What are you doing over there? Look, the idea of testing, that's another joke. Do you know how they test in school? They give everybody the exact same test. And now you find out who's up to the task and who's not up to the task. That's
God doesn't do that.
I know he doesn't. That's why it's nonsense.
Explain, please.
How do you test everybody differently? And I know you're going to have a speech attached to it, but it's nonsense. So when you say the word test, when you say the word test, I want you to imagine what testing is. In a school setting, everybody gets the same goddamn test. And then you find out who's
But everybody does not have the same intelligence. No. Hold on a second. But everybody has not got the same intelligence.
That's what you're going to find out. That's why you're there, to see who needs help and who doesn't. That's what you're trying to find out.
But if God made it that way, like, even, I would say dumbass like me would think this is not an interesting test. A test has to be very interesting. And you
listen,
see
all right, okay,
how
stop.
fascinating and interesting the test is. Look at it.
The concept of testing, I'm throwing it out because it makes no sense. I'm not asking
Why?
for a creative test. I
It's a
believe
creative test.
testing the people that you created out of clay is another sick fucking occupation.
Why?
Why?
On what basis? On what
Why?
basis?
So you're gonna create people, and there's possibility that you're gonna burn them forever, or you're gonna reward them. You're just a sick individual. What are you
Wow.
doing? If I'm gonna create a living thing that feels, that's sentient, I'm gonna love them and take care of them from the beginning. No testing. No testing.
Horatio, if God is an angry man, then you are a resentful man, I would say.
So
Sorry to say
again,
that.
if I'm going to create anything with feelings and are sentient, I'm going to take care of them from the beginning. That's what I'm going to
Uh-huh.
do. I'm not going to
What are
test
you
them
gonna
to
come
see.
again?
I'm not going to
Come
test
again?
them to see if I have to burn
I didn't
them.
get it. What would you do? Like if you were to redo everything, what would you do?
Well, I wouldn't be burning anybody forever. Number one.
Okay, you were kind. I get it.
That's a
You're
start.
merciful.
If you do nothing else, that's
Mhm.
that would go a long way to fixing this nonsense. But
Okay,
there's
get
plenty
it.
more to talk about.
Yeah, but again, you see, you are so benevolent. Like you don't want anybody to pay the price, to pay the
You pay the
damages.
price on
They
earth.
are
That's why we have law, and that's why we
law is
enforce
not
law.
fair. Law is not that fair. We all know that. We all know that. All of us have our grievances against the
So
law.
you think what's fair is what you've imagined in your head.
Yeah,
That's how
exactly.
you arrive. That's how
Exactly.
you arrive
Exactly.
at fairness.
That's what God says. God says
Yeah,
it's
that's
it's
your
part.
wishful
Hold on.
thinking. That's
Yeah,
your
call
wishful
it wishful.
thinking at
Call it
work.
wishful as you like. As you
Yeah.
like. Call it wishful.
Well,
But again, everybody is wishful in that way. You want the law to be fair, but God
Right.
says, "Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. It's just a matter of time. It's just 70 to 100 years. That's it, and everything will be put into its place.
What a
The chips will
crock of
fall into
shit.
place."
What a crock
Wow.
of shit.
Okay, college chocolate shit, or
It's
maybe
a crock of shit.
a
That's
bucket load of
people.
shit. A
That's
bucket load of shit. Whatever you
people.
call it. Okay.
That's people who are frustrated that people get away with stuff. And so they want to
Yeah.
make sure they get punished sooner or later. So they make up this afterlife thing where you're going to suffer for what you did on earth. It's just nonsense. It's wishful
Okay.
thinking. That's all it is.
Okay. Call it wishful. It's okay.
Yeah.
Call it visual. I have no problem with calling it visual. It does, even it sounds visual to me. At moments, it does really.
Should.
It does sound visual. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not that kind of a believer who would say, it doesn't sound visual at all. It does sound visual, and it's okay. It sounds visual. This is the test, and I believe
All right.
it's a even
Listen, I've given you my best shot. If you're still a happy apologetic, we're done.
That's okay. That's all right. You wanted the show, you got a show.
Yeah,
We're all good. We're good. We're good, right? We're good. Everything's good.
What can I ask what country you're from or no?
You can ask me. I have no problem. I'm Pakistani.
Pakistani. Okay.
Yeah.
It's pretty strict over there, right?
It is. It is really. I do disagree with a lot of mullahs here. I don't see eye to eye with them on so many affairs.
Good.
Not to mention that one of them, like say, Amel is a girl here who mentioned, like, what do you think should be done to the apostates? They should be let go. That's it. But there are mullahs in Pakistan who would say they should be put to death. Even there are mullahs who would say that if you are a married guy and you commit adultery, you should be stoned to death. They call it rajam, and I'm like, no, it's against the Quran. They should not be put to death or stoned to death. So there are so many things that I disagree with even with my own people. But a discussion for another day, if we talk, of course. Sugarcoating religion. I'm not sugarcoating, dude. I'm not sugarcoating. If you're arrogant, your ass is gonna burn in the hell. I'm telling you, no sugarcoating. If you're arrogant, your ass is gonna burn in the hell. So if you think I'm sugarcoating, no sugarcoating.
Let me see.
There you have it. Telling the name of righteousness is a sin. Only the messengers can do that. Only the messengers can do that because they are directly in touch with God. That's why I disagree with my mullahs. Only the messengers can do that. We humans are in no capacity to, go against people who leave Islam or who don't believe. It's even God said to Muhammad, at a time, you're not their keeper. You're not their keeper. Your job is just to convey. That's it. It's me who's going to decide. There's a verse in the Quran. You can ask any Muslim here. They will quote the verse. God told Muhammad, peace be unto him, directly, you're not their keeper. You're not a policeman. Your job is just to convey. That's it. It's a God who's going to decide when to punish or when not to punish. God's going to decide, Julie, what's arrogant or what's not arrogant. Like who the hell do I think I am to decide like who's arrogant or who's inarrogant? Maybe I'm arrogant. Maybe my ass will burn in the hell. I don't have any direct ticket to heaven, or I don't have any of that. And certainly, I don't believe if you're just a Muslim, you'll go to heaven. I believe a lot of Muslims are going to go to hell, for sure. That's for sure. I mean, all think she's going to go to hell. Perhaps, maybe I'm going to go to hell. Who knows? But it's all right. Maybe instead of calling the religion a crock of shit, we should try to get our shit together, maybe. That's the best way of saving ourselves, maybe redeeming ourselves.
Hey man, you became a Muslim in an hour or what?
Me?
Yeah, I went out and now you're a Muslim?
I've been a Muslim, dude. I told you I'm a Muslim.
I probably misheard when you joined before.
Perhaps you did.
Well, we were discussing about God and you said, I'm not a deist, but I'm an ex-Muslim. That's what you said. It was wrong?
I said I'm not a deist. I said I am a theist, but I'm not a deist.
It was hard to say I'm a Muslim?
Did you ask me? Or do you have to?
Didn't, but we could save a lot of fucking time, man. If you said I believe in Allah.
Do I have to shout off top of my roofs just to tell people?
No, you can just say, "Hey, I believe in this God." That could save a lot of time, man.
Oh, Allah is just an Arabic word for God. So I just said I believe in just one God. I think you should have gotten. You should have taken the cue. Either I'm a Jew or a Muslim.
No.
Because
no.
the rest
It's so hard. There are many people join here and they don't follow Islam. They don't follow Christianity. It's still they believe in something called God.
They're here to learn. They're here to learn. They will learn.
I think you don't want to understand what's going on in general.
I mean, I'm a Muslim. Okay, everybody. Here's Akmal. I'm from Pakistan. I'm a Muslim. Okay.
We got it right now. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Julie. Hope you're all doing good. I hope you all make it to heaven. Yeah. Myself included.
Muslims believe in a complete way of life based on faith in one God. Yeah. And the teachings of Prophet Muhammad as the final messenger. Their beliefs are grounded in the Quran and the Hadith and actions of the Prophet. That doesn't mean that's true. That doesn't mean Quran is from God. That doesn't mean God exists. That doesn't mean Muhammad was a real messenger. Sure, he was preaching some messages that can even be enough to call him a messenger, but that doesn't mean he was receiving the message from an angel. So yeah, there are many problems in that.
Humans even have the ability, the capacity to problematize. Again, even if there's no problem, we can create one. We're really creative.
Sure, we are creative. Maybe that's why there are
Very
many
creative.
religions on it right now.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's the reason we have in the Quran. That's why we have a lot of religions, because people are creative.
Yeah. And other books can say the same, right?
Okay, they can say the same. That's right.
So
But I'm a Muslim, so I stick to the Quran as the final message, as that message says.
it's because the message says so.
Oh, the message says so. So not just because the message says so. There is a context to it.
Yeah, like all
But anyways,
religions have context, man.
let's pick a topic to talk about, and let's not go random.
You think we're going random? Like the first topic is God here in
God,
this room.
okay. God, atheism, agnosticism, morality, afterlife, soul, existence, religion, the purpose of life. So what should we pick this time? We have
We
talked
were
about
already
morality a
on the
bit.
topic, yeah, like God.
No. We weren't really on the topic.
Oh, we would be
Uh,
speaking about the Islamic God if you were clear at the beginning. But
Islamic.
anyway, yeah, we were just
Mhm.
talking about God.
I think it was you who said there's in the Quran, it says you have no control over them. You're not responsible for them, the apostasies.
Right.
Okay. But, if you read the rest of the verses, but whoever turns away and disbelieves, God will punish him with the greatest punishment.
God,
Oh,
not me or you. God.
yeah, and yeah, God has no fucking business doing it either. You may think so, but I don't.
It's okay.
Again,
It's okay. It's okay.
The greatest punishment for not believing in a story that came out of the mouth of a guy who fell out of a cave. That's going to be your punishment. A guy who left a cave didn't even know who he spoke to. It's in your scripture. He didn't even know who he spoke to. Somebody had to tell him. I mean, for not believing him,
Horatio.
You need the greatest of punishment.
Horatio, I don't even believe in that. I don't even believe in that. What you
There
just
you
said.
go.
I know a lot of Muslims.
go.
A lot of Muslims believe that. I don't believe in that.
Okay.
I believe it's sorry to my Muslim brothers, guys and sisters. I'm gonna say it. When you people say that there was a guy who had to tell Muhammad, peace be on him, that he heard from the Gabriel, the angel. It's downright disrespectful to him. Just like he was using it, like just like Horatio. Yeah, Hadith is a man's, I would say, endeavor. It's a man's endeavor, so there can be mistakes. And it's a very first.
Who wrote the Quran?
Or the Quran. The Quran is a different in a way that Quran was, let's say, taught to hundreds and thousands of ashab, and they all memorized it, and it was written down later.
The collection in the Quran is the sloppiest thing that ever happened on the planet. So I'm not even going to go there.
No, you don't have to go there.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. By the time Uthman was in charge, there was 1 million submissions being thrown out, things that people were memorizing. So don't tell me this is from God. This is from Uthman.
No, it's not from Uthman. It's not.
Sure, he's the one that made the judgment, but I can't be bothered with that discussion.
It's okay.
Anyway.
You don't have to.
I'm going to look at.
It's a secondary. It's a secondary. Yeah, it's a secondary discussion. So we could talk about it another time. But for now, I think it's. Yeah. So what you said about Muhammad, that somebody had to tell him, I don't believe in that. I believe it's.
So you don't. Are you Shia or are you Sunni?
I lean towards Sunnism, but I'm neither Shia, I would say. But you can call me a Sunni, but I'm not a strict Sunni in a way that, because Sunni have the 4 imams that they subscribe to no matter what. They have the 4 imams. I can name them if you want, but I think it's not necessary. So I'm not a Sunni in a strict sense, but I do lean towards Sunnism or Sunni Islam. I'm definitely not Shia, because I believe, Shiism is just nothing but something based on politics.
Do you have a problem with Sahih al-Bukhari?
I don't have a problem with that, but there are hadith in Sahih Bukhari that are I would say, could be fabricated. Could be.
Why do you say that?
Why do I say that?
I mean, you could say that about any statement ever made. So you're supposedly, this is a
Uh,
godly guidance.
Let me ask you a
Whatever.
question. Let me ask you a question. A simple question. Do you know what hadith is? A simple question.
It's,
What is
it's
hadith?
it's basically somebody relaying what Muhammad either said or did.
Exactly. And relaying somebody, you see? So there
Yeah.
could be a mistake. So there were a lot of ashab at that time.
That's
And,
why they
and again,
review these things
yeah, of course, they
thoroughly.
review.
And
And
if
again,
they give it, if they give it a Sahih,
humans.
they give it a
It's humans.
Sahih rating, that's as trustworthy as it's going to get.
No, Horatio, the thing is, that review that you're talking about was done 1,200 years ago.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
So it should be looked into again. That's what I'm saying.
Again,
Yeah.
1,400 years later, now you're going to get more accurate. 1,400 years later, how about closer to the truth? The more accurate you'll be. How about that?
We do have the Quran, which I would say we call it the Furqan. Like it's a criterion which kind of guides us what's right and what's wrong. And when I say that I don't believe in that hadith, the Bukhari hadith that you're referring to, it directly contradicts with the Quranic verse. This is why I don't believe in it. So because I believe Quran is authority and we should read hadith in the light of the Quran. Therefore, I believe
Does
that
the Quran
hadith
even does the Quran describe the meeting
itself is authority.
of Muhammad and Jibril in the initial revelation? Does the Quran describe that encounter?
It describes where he encountered Gabriel for the first time, and he didn't encounter Gabriel in the cave. He encountered it like under open sky. There's a verse in the Quran.
Yeah, I know. Big wings, 6,000 miles.
Exactly, dude. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. So if a hadith directly contradicts the Quran, how can he say it is a true hadith? Because Quran is superior. Quran is superior to hadith. Every Muslim believes that.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. When I try to destroy Islam, I don't even bother with hadiths. I will if it's fun.
Yeah.
But I have enough in the Quran to throw it out.
Horatio, like everything that you're gonna throw at me, I have been through it before. Just to give you a heads up.
Okay.
Yeah. Just to give you a heads up.
What does that mean? You've been through it before, which means you've disregarded.
No, not disregarded, dude.
Well, if you haven't accepted it, you've disregarded it.
That's a judgment. I mean, the way you're saying it, the way you're saying it, I disregarded it, baby.
Oh, I know. I heard you say you don't disagree with so much that I said, but you're still a Muslim for other reasons.
I'm still a Muslim, of course.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Thank you.
Yeah. See, when I picked up my Bible, being raised as a Roman Catholic. And I picked it up because my Jewish friend in school was talking to another Jewish guy, and he made the comment, how does anybody believe that a virgin gives birth to a child? And I overheard him. And the one Jew said to the other, don't talk like that. Don't say that. You can't say that. But I heard them.
What did it say, by the way? I'm sorry, I zoned out a bit.
The Jew said, how does anybody believe that a virgin gave birth to a child?
Yeah, it does sound ridiculous, on the face of it. True.
So I heard him, and then it clicked something in my head. You know what? Let me pick up this book because I can't believe, because the Roman Catholic Church, to me, that was it.
Right.
That was the bottom line on religion, God, everything.
Right.
And I'm saying to myself, how does anybody talk so disrespectfully to what is clearly the truth? So I picked up the Bible to prove that I'm on the right track. And I started to read this book. And if you can't read it and throw it out, there's something wrong. And I feel the same way about the Quran. If you can't pick it up, start reading it and throw it out, there's something wrong. And you can say that with every religion, every scripture. And the only conclusion is it's man-made, it's not godly made. That's the obvious conclusion to me.
Okay. Good luck, Horatio. Good luck. If you have any objection about Islam, you can do tell me. But I
Oh, I
get it.
already told you. Eternal punishment is insane. It's criminally insane.
Mhm.
And that's your God. Your God is criminally insane if he thinks he's going to torment somebody forever.
Now,
He's criminally
hold on.
insane.
Horatio, if he's my God, he's your God too, by definition.
By your definition.
No, you're calling him God, but because you're calling him my God, he's your God too, by definition. Even
No.
even as a Christian, you have to believe that. You know, even as,
No.
as a Christian, you have to believe that.
No.
So
I
even
don't
if
know-
it's
I
my
don't know
God,
what-
he's your God too.
How do you? I don't understand why you think that's okay to say. He's not my
It's
God.
totally okay. It's your God too, dude.
No,
I'm
in
telling you
your
that.
view, he's my God also. In your view, he's my God. In my view, he doesn't
No.
even exist.
Okay, yeah, get it. I think if you're calling a God, if he is, I'm saying if he is God, the condition is if he is God, then he's your God too.
Yes.
You get it? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. But he's not. He doesn't exist.
Okay, no problem. So I would say the same thing about what he said. Like I think I don't need to repeat myself. You know my answer on this, so I don't see any problem with that.
Yeah.
Because I know that God is all just and he won't be unfair to anybody. I believe in that. 100%.
Well, you believe in fairness and justice. That I
Oh, yeah.
believe. But
Yeah.
for you to think that you're going to put it on the back of some made up God and then he's going to do the right thing, including eternal torment, and you think it's okay and you don't realize it's written by men, then I got a problem with that. I had no problem throwing out the Bible, and you should have no problem throwing out the Quran. That's my view.
Rachel, like if I believed what you're saying, right? In my heart of hearts, like if I truly believed that,
Yeah.
I would have left Islam. And I
I know.
I've been an agnostic for let's say a year or two. I've
Okay.
been because I have read some stuff. Yeah, I am aware of it, so that should be a telltale sign, right? I'm aware of all of it. I'm aware of any objection that you can, put against Islam, put forward against Islam. Any objection, I'm aware of it. So that should tell you something that
Yeah,
I'm
it
not
tells
one
me
of
you're
those
out of
Muslims.
touch. You're
Yeah,
out of touch
with reality.
and you're
Okay, I
in
get it.
denial. You're in
In denial.
denial
Right.
of what
right.
should change your mind. You had it right the first time when you were agnostic, and then you went wrong. What did I tell you?
You kind of make it sound funny. I don't know why. I had it right the first time. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
apparently.
But it's a journey. Faith is a struggle. So I get it. I mean, I got misled for some time, but God mercy extended.
Now
God
you're
mercy
yeah. You
God
were
mercy
misled
extended.
for some time, and now you're
Yeah, I get-
completely lost.
That's funny. That's funny that you say it. But I wouldn't say so. I don't feel like I'm lost. I feel like I have the purpose.
I know
I feel
that.
like
I
have
know
the
that. That's what religion is for, to make you feel
Yes.
like you've constructed something good. I get
yeah.
it. I get it.
Yeah.
I
That's
get
the
your
whole point.
motivation.
Yeah,
I get your
it's
motivation.
like the Mark said it. Religion is the opium of the masses, right? So
Right.
maybe it's
That's-
opium to me too, perhaps.
Not perhaps. It is.
Again, it's a matter of opinion. I wouldn't say I it's okay your opinion, but I don't have to respect your opinion, but it's okay.
No.
That's your
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I respected it, I would have believed in it, right? So I don't respect it, but yeah, it's your opinion.
Right.
And I should be tolerant enough to listen to you.
Right.
It's okay.
Yep. I think you've been talking to too many imams. They're very one-sided in their presentation. They're so full of shit. It's amazing.
It's so amazing that they've got somebody like me to believe in Islam. It sounds kind of ridiculous, right? Because I
Yeah.
have been, they got me, they kind of
I
got me
know.
converted, let's say again, because I got
Yeah.
misled. They got me
Yeah.
back. that turned me around. So
Yeah.
there was something.
Oh well. Okay. Let's see what else.
I'm just gonna say one thing to your in response to what you said, Julia. In a grand scheme of things, and that's it. Go ahead, Horatio.
No, no, no. I thought you were talking to me. All I said was go ahead.
Yeah, but I just say, hey, Julia, like in a grand scheme of things, and that's it. I'm gonna stop there, and you know what I'm gonna say, what's gonna follow, okay? So I don't have to, regurgitate all of it. So you already know what's gonna follow. So
No, no,
Horatio, go ahead.
Sum it up. No, sum it up in one sentence.
Oh yeah, Julie says she knows. She knows.
Oh,
so,
she knows. Okay.
She knows already. So
Okay.
it's just it just renders it pointless. I don't need to repeat myself. What sect do I follow? I follow the Farahi school of thought in Islam. Farahi school of thought. If you guys want to critique me, better go study Farahi school of thought, and then you can critique me. Because most of you, even Muslim, I'm talking to Muslims here. If you try to critique me, I would be aware of where you're coming from, but you wouldn't be aware of where I'm coming from. So, just for your information, guys. I'm not making this up in my backyard. Oh yeah, you know that old man. Yeah, that's the guy. And not a Quranist. Who told you he's a Quranist? Again, that's a caricature. That's a caricature of my school of thought. He's not a Quranist. His eyes are wide open. He knows. I wouldn't say so. Julie says it's just a test. I would say it's a test. That's one thing. But God is gonna make amends. God is all powerful. Like there's nothing that God. I mean, of course, you're going to present something that for example, if a woman was raped, now she's lost her honor. How's gonna God bring back that honor? I get it. You're gonna throw something like that at me, but I'm saying there's nothing really that God cannot return.
Julie's throwing a lot of comments at you.
Yeah.
When something is good, thanks to God. When it's bad, it's a test.
Hey, you sound very knowledgeable about things, Horatio.
I'm reading Julie's comments. I'm reading Julie's comments.
Oh, the comment. Okay. Yeah, that's good.
That was Julie.
Because Adam wasn't saying that, But I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I believe even we in the Arabic we say khair and shar. All of it is from God. Even if it was a test, I'm not saying he's not inflicting it. God is doing it. God created good and evil. So God is the creator of everything. Even evil, God created it. So I'm not gonna say that it's not from the God. It's from the God, of course. Just suck it up and bear it. I mean, I have a lot of problems too. Like I can't even get started with my problems. I mean, people who were dying in the war. I mean, I can't really put myself in their places, right? I can't do that. But as a regular human being, I have problems too. So, I think atheists they are maybe I would say stronger in a way, like in terms of taking up the mantle, right? They lean towards taking the responsibility for their actions. I believe.
Right.
There are a lot of believers who would say, it's just God says. I mean, this is foolish. This is foolish. You cannot equate foolishness with belief in God. They don't go together. But in some minds, they are like one and the same. But I don't see it that way.
Just ask how because you keep saying, well, God will make it up at the end. He will pay retributions for everyone that he has wronged or that has been wronged in this life. How do you know that?
Because God says so.
Where?
In the Quran.
Circular. That's so circular.
It's okay. We're not
yeah,
debating we're not debating the origin of the Quran, and we're not debating that. If we were debating that, I would be willing to, go down the path at the moment, but we're not. So just to answer your question, I know it's circular. So what's your point?
That's not a good argument. If you're admitting yourself that it's a circular reasoning, and you're not even willing to provide why you came to reasoning that way in the first place, other than just because the book says so, how is that a good argument?
Do you want me to provide evidence for the fact that the Quran is from God? Is that what you're asking for? Because I'm trying to understand, where are you coming from, Julie? Like, what's
Well,
the
yeah, I mean,
intention?
everything you're saying is coming from the Quran
The
said
Quran,
so.
exactly.
Therefore it's true.
Mhm.
So you probably should provide why you think that the Quran is true in the first place.
It's true to begin with. That's a very long discussion, and I'll have to pull up a lot of things because I'm not a scholar in that, but I have read stuff and I can go like delve into it. But it's gonna be a long discussion, and again, I know the kind of the conclusion of it all. That at the end of the day, you would say that it's just you're just presenting the one side. You're not presenting the other side. So I don't think it's that we should go down the path for now. But if you're really serious, we could arrange it, let's say, perhaps tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. If you're serious about it, like if you're really interested in knowing like why the Quran is the book of God. If you're interested, I can, of course, present my research, and it's up to you whether you want to agree with it or not.
I mean, Philosopher, he opens this room almost every day, so you could probably join, and he's way more knowledgeable in the Quran than I am, so he would be a better match. I'm just asking why you believe that it's true, and I think that wouldn't take a whole analysis or classes, because
Yeah,
you
I would say.
have a reason.
Okay, yeah, I would say the Quran. There's no contradiction in it. It has prophecies that came true, and I would say
Like
it
every other
just
book.
like
Bible
not
also
like
has-
every other book.
Well, the
There
Bible
are
also has-
there are lots of things in the Bible that didn't come true, but in the Quran, it's just all there's no contradiction whatsoever. You can't even show me one contradiction in the Quran, but I can show
Yes,
you
yes. Oh,
dozens.
okay. Then you should definitely come and have that discussion with Phil. He's way more knowledgeable in this. I could tell you a
Julie,
couple, but I don't know like the numbers. So
Julie, the thing is the contradictions that you're going to point out that I'm aware of them. That's the thing.
I know.
They're not the contradictions. So that's what I'm saying. It's a book with no contradictions whatsoever. No contradictions
No,
whatsoever.
you're just saying that you've already heard them and you don't accept them, like Horatio said before.
You are like the people who think they're contradictions. They are not appreciating that the Quran is a masterpiece of literature. They're not appreciating.
Come
They're not
on.
appreciating its literariness. They're not appreciating its literariness. Like for example, some people say, okay, Quran says, the earth is flat, but there are verses that would indicate that the Quran does not say so. Even I would say, we know that the sun does not set. We still say the sun rises in the east. We do know that it does not rise in the east, but we still say that. Like there are certain things that we just say. I mean, Quran does not have to be scientifically accurate. It's a language, and everybody know how language works. And people, if they are not aware of the idioms or the colloquialism and the way the language functions, I think they should not concern themselves with something that they don't understand instead of calling it a contradiction.
So it's
When I say that the sun rises in the east, it doesn't mean that I don't believe that the sun does not set. Do you understand? It doesn't follow from that.
Yeah, I understand that you are reinterpreting to fit your narrative. That's what they always do.
Ouch.
Julie, you're gonna say this to again, how is it not circular? Because you're saying I'm gonna say that I've heard it, and I don't accept it, and I'm gonna say the same thing that you whatever explanation that I would give it to you, that you'll be there. Okay, it's just reinterpretation. It's just reformation. It's just this and that. How are we different, Julie? We're in the same boat.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I'm not saying that my book is the ultimate truth.
You don't have to say that.
Yeah, but you are.
Julie, you're a Christian?
No, I'm an atheist.
Oh,
I don't have a book.
you said your book. I got nervous.
Oh yeah. No, I don't have a book.
Yeah, right. We don't.
Perhaps she was born into Christianity, and most likely she was born into Christianity.
Most likely.
Yeah, Catholic as well.
Most likely.
Like Horatio.
And Catholic. Yay.
Yeah,
Roman Catholic.
Horatio, have you heard of this podcast I was listening to 2 weeks ago? That there was a trend in the United States that the Gen Zers, they are becoming Catholics.
Oh my God. That's
Have you heard of
another-
that?
Well, that's another
Really?
piece of shit. That's another piece
Uh,
of shit.
It is
You
piece
know,
of shit,
listen,
but
listen,
it is
listen.
happening. It's happening, dude.
Listen. I
Okay.
no longer have any real interest in these smaller arguments that we were just having. I like to look at the bigger picture and see how absurd this whole concept is. So I like to look at the very beginning of your God. Now, it started with the Jews, correct?
Come
Correct?
again. Say it
The
again. The last
Jews.
point.
Your God started with the Jews.
No,
No?
no.
Really?
How do you think? Why do you think he started with Jews?
They're the ones that their scriptures are the ones that you bless as being embraced by Islam, including the Injil. That's the Christian version of the Bible. So you're embracing them for a reason.
There's a misconception here, Horatio.
You don't believe
The thing
any
is-
of the Jewish
Oh,
prophets? You don't believe any of the
I
Jewish
believe in all
prophets?
of them. I believe all of them.
Well,
I
they're
won't
the
be a Muslim
first
if I-
ones that came on the scene. So their
But
God
hold
is your
hold on.
God.
Just a moment, Horatio. Just a moment. Just to get it, straight. Abraham had two sons. Peace be unto them. He had Isaac and Ishmael. Okay, so Isaac's son was like Jacob. So Jacob's, I would say, his epithet was
Again,
Israel.
stop.
Again, that's Abraham. And again, Horatio, you know that Lot came before. I think Lot is in parallel.
Stop. You're talking a lot of
Okay.
nonsense I cannot be
Oh,
bothered with. My point was that the Jews came up with this God called Yahweh. Look into the history, the historic origins of the Jewish God. It's a joke. It's a joke. There wasn't any talk of any God known as Yahweh, which turned into Allah eventually. There was no talk of him before the 14th century BC. We've been around for 75,000 years. That should be a red flag that what you have is just a narrative of nonsense that came 1,400 years ago. Because we've been around for 75,000 years.
Horatio,
Nobody was talking about Allah
if it's
or
a
Yahweh.
nonsense, if it's a nonsense narrative, like half of the planet, still has it. Like half the planet is either Muslim or
That
Christian.
means nothing. Again, look at the historic origins. You don't even exist before 1400 BC. So if everybody's jumping on a bandwagon,
Horatio, I'm gonna quote the Quran. I'm gonna quote Quran to get it straight. Okay, if you're gonna call it a nonsense, then Horatio, maybe talking to me is nonsense to you, and maybe you shouldn't talk to me. If you're gonna call
your
everything
scripture
nonsense.
is nonsense. Yeah, well, I'm trying to show you that
I'm
you
gonna make points from my
your
scripture,
God
Horatio.
didn't even exist before 1400 BC.
No,
Nobody was talking about him.
This is factually wrong.
Really? So the
This is factually
humanity has been on the planet at least 75,000 years ago. Do you have any scripture that shows that Allah is at work?
Horatio, you see, we have like the written record of around like 5,000 to 6,000 years. Okay, that's it. That's all we've got.
Well, you're missing 70,000 years.
Yeah, where are you gonna get it from? This is what I'm saying. We don't know. Like God knows.
So how does your God not make scripture available when it's relevant to the human condition?
Yeah, Quran answers it. Quran says
no. The Quran comes.
Horatio, hold on, Horatio. I'm gonna answer it. Horatio.
1,400 years ago. The
listen
Quran
to me
is
for a
not
moment.
good enough.
Listen to me for a moment, Horatio. Just for a moment.
Yeah,
just for a moment.
Yeah, go ahead. Bore me.
Quran says. Okay, I'll bore you to death. Okay. Quran says that unto Abraham, God would say, like God chose Abraham and his progeny. Before that, he would send prophets to every nation. There was no need for a book. He would send prophets. Prophets would come.
75,000 years ago?
Yeah, he would send prophets. That's what God says.
75,000 years ago.
I don't know how long it goes back, but God says, like from the first human, we believe it was Adam. We don't know when he existed.
Do you believe that? Do you believe in
Yeah.
Adam and Eve?
Oh yeah, I do believe that. But
Oh
I don't
my
believe the story that
God.
you guys tell in the Bible. I don't believe in that story.
The Bible? Fuck the Bible.
Yeah.
We're talking evolution here.
Yeah, I believe in evolution, a form of evolution, but not the whole thingy. I believe
the
this
whole
human.
thingy.
Yeah, not the whole thingy. I believe there's a lot of speculation going on. So.
So you believe in a special creation where there was an Adam and Eve created?
No, they weren't created like that. There was like a human race was created from the earth, like whatever happens in the mom's uterus, let's say a woman's uterus, that happened in the belly of the earth, and a race was created, and it was human from the very beginning, and God like perfected them over time. Like I don't know how long it took. God says there were previous listen to me just for a moment. God said he perfected that race, and then he picked two out of them. And then he breathed the soul into them. That's when they became conscious, like you and I are.
Oh my God.
Horatio, you see, I got you.
Yeah, you got me.
Gotcha.
Right.
I got you. I told you, dude.
You got me. What does that mean?
I mean, I answered your question.
No, you didn't. So you don't believe that human beings came from a lower form of life?
No, I don't believe that.
Yeah, all right. See, that's why you're lost.
You see, you just need a reason.
You just want to ignore your tailbone. You want to ignore all the DNA that we share with chimpanzees.
Horatio, what I'm going to say is, okay, it just shows that there is just one creator. There's uniformity, right?
Yeah, I know you have a way to weasel your way around everything, except the fucking truth that evolution actually took place.
Okay, Horatio. The thing with evolution is that I don't believe evolution from like unicell, like it was a one cell that created all the life. I say the life started from Earth. And I don't say that humans were perfect when they were born out of the belly of the earth. They were not perfect. God perfected them over time, but they were definitely not chimpanzees. They were not chimpanzees. God doesn't say that.
I never heard this narrative that God perfected them over time.
I can show you the verse from the Quran.
Don't bother. But you're
going
to show me that book, please.
Yeah, that book. Yeah, that book that I believe in, that I profess faith in. Yeah. Which book you expect me to show you, Horatio?
Yeah. I've tried to show you what's in that book that makes you want to throw it out.
Come again?
I'm trying to show you what's in that book that makes you want to throw it out.
I get it.
It's a book of hatred. Your God deals in hatred. You know that he installed hatred and enmity among Christians and Jews. He did that because they weren't following Islamic, expectations. You know that he actually installed hatred and enmity. That's your God at work. It's in the Quran. You know that, right? That's a red flag. When you see stuff like that, you have to start to realize this is written by men. This is not godly. This is not godly.
Horatio, you need to understand one thing, that all human beings, they have a certain level of consciousness and they make decisions on their own terms. So God cannot interfere. If God were to interfere, God can, but he doesn't. If he were to interfere, then the whole test thing is bogus. I agree with you. If God were to interfere, if God were to do deliberately, then the whole thing is bogus.
Interference when he installs hatred among Christians? Is that interference or not?
This is interference. Yes, this is.
So you just said he wouldn't do that.
He wouldn't do that, yeah.
But he did. It's in your Quran.
He didn't. Show me the verse.
I will be glad to. It's chapter 5, verse 14. I know it by heart.
Okay, sending religion, isn't that interference at the first place?
Well, that's you getting a broader topic here. Let's
Just a
just
moment. You said
let's
chapter
just
5 then?
I believe it's 5, verse 14.
Verse 14. Let's see it.
Doesn't have to be
Okay,
specific words or
we
issues.
we all
The
we
whole
also
idea
took a
about
pledge from
religions. God
we also took a
send an
pledge from
angel, send a message, send a book. Isn't that interference in the first place?
just a moment. We also took a pledge from those who say we are Christians, but they too forgot some of what they were told to remember. So we stirred up enmity and hatred among them until the day of resurrection, when God will tell them what they have done. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's interfering by installing hatred in them. It's bad enough that they don't agree with you, but now God's pissed off. Now he's going to install hatred among them.
No.
That's your God at work,
No,
according to your
that's the-
scripture.
The thing is, you are not getting it. That's the thing.
I
You're not
know
getting
that's
it.
the common line. I'm not getting it. I read
You're not
it,
getting it.
but I'm not
Exactly.
getting it. So tell me what the understanding is.
You know, the thing is, I don't have the tafsir in front of me right now. Otherwise, I would tell you
I'll bring up the tafsir. I'll bring it up.
Bring it up right now. Just a moment. I'll have to
I'll
look
bring it up right now.
No, not you, dude. Not you. I don't need your, because I don't subscribe to that tafsir. Just so you know.
Let's see.
So it's verse 14.
This is she's from QuranX.com.
How long are you going to be here for, Horatio?
I don't know why. You got to
Why?
do
Because
something.
no, I'm not going to do something. I'm going to listen to the tafsir, okay, of this verse. It's going to take me around 10 to 15 minutes, and
That's
then I'll tell you.
ridiculous. That's ridiculous. It's
Yeah,
written. It's written. It's in
written.
print, and it's very
It's in print.
quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in print. I'm not gonna. I'm not denying that it's written there. I agree with you, it's written there. So I have to understand what it is. I believe as a Muslim that God does not, let's say, if He imposes something on us, let's say, then
I'm going to read. I'm
he
going to
just
read what I have in front of me.
okay. Please read.
All
it.
right. This
Please
is
read.
what's
Okay.
because they don't give you the exact verse. They give you a range, but I'm digging out verse 14, and it's
I have the verse 14 in front of me.
all right. So it says, "But they have abandoned a good part of the message that was sent to them. So we planted amongst them enmity and hatred till the day of resurrection." This is the tafsir, meaning we planted enmity and hatred between them, and they will remain like this until the day of resurrection. This is your tafsir talking. Indeed, the numerous Christian sects have always been enmities and adversaries of each other. Let's see, of each other, accusing each other of heresy and cursing each other. Yeah, that's true.
That's true. I agree with you.
Yeah,
That is
yeah.
true.
Who needs more help with that? Your God is helping make it worse. Each sect among them excommunicates the other, blah, 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 blah. Not allow them entrance to their places of worship. Let's see. So,
But Horatio, like counterintuitively, that kind of make it sound like God does exist. Like counterintuitively. I mean, just
what?
for-
I'm trying to point out that your God uses hatred as a tool. And you don't seem to have a problem with that.
There's a problem with that. This is why I want to listen before I open my mouth about it, because I'm not a
just
Quranic
read
scholar.
it to you. I just read it to you.
It doesn't work like that,
It said, I read the line, and then the next word is meaning what you just read, meaning
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
planted enmity and hatred between them, and they will
Yeah.
remain like this until the day of resurrection. Now, is
Yeah.
that interference or not? They'll remain that way until the day of resurrection. Do you see any interference?
If we take it literally, yeah, I do see the interference.
Well, you take it the way it's spoken. I don't care what you call it, literally. Not. I mean, that's ridiculous.
If you take it literally, yeah, that's what it says. I agree with you.
Thank you.
But I'll have to, look into it. I can't just. I'm not a Quranic. Horatio, I don't even know Arabic to begin with.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, what can I do? I mean, I'm not. If I were, like, let's say, I knew Arabic, I would explain it to you myself. But I'm not like an authority over this. So I don't.
I don't worry
yeah.
about getting Arabic in front of me. These are scholars translating it into English. So I have to
I
depend on
want,
this.
I want the surah and the verse, please, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I can give it to you. Just a moment. It's Surah Hajj and verse number 14.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is just a red flag that should tell you what God is going to use hatred as a way to get things done. Is that the way of God? An all-knowing, all-merciful, most merciful. Sorry, most merciful.
Just a moment. Amel, it's not Hajj. It's Al-Ma'idah. Sorry, Al-Ma'idah, verse 14. Sorry.
So my challenge is:
Ma'idah.
does an all-knowing, most merciful God use hatred as a tool?
So if you could lend me some time, I'll get back because I'll have to listen to my imam and then I'll tell you.
You go. You go to the imam, the guy who's going to talk shit to you.
No,
when the verse from the Quran is right in front of you. That's supposed to be clear, a clear message to everybody. But no, I need to hear the imam straighten this shit out because it ain't good. That's all you're doing. That's all you're doing. I gotta talk to the imam about this. We're in trouble.
Oh yeah. Yes, Amel, you're trying to say something. Go on.
Are you sure that it's in Ma'idah verse
14? 14, yes.
Okay.
It's 14, chapter 5, verse 14. It's Al-Ma'idah. If you could lend me some time, Horatio, I can do it for you. But if you just want to make fun of me, it's okay.
No, not making fun of you.
That's okay with me too.
I'm slamming the nonsense of this religion. I don't mean to make fun of you. I have all the respect in the world for you. You seem like a very nice guy. Honestly, you do. I don't hate you. I hate your dopey scriptures.
It's not dopey to begin with.
All right. Well, that's your view, but that's not my view. I respect your comeback. They're not dopey. God damn it. I get it. That's what
You're
you
not.
would say.
It's not at all dope.
Yeah, translation is not enough. Tafsir is not enough, and now you go to imam.
Yeah, I go to my imam, philosopher. God says if you don't know about something, ask your imam, ask the knowledgeable. So I'm going to ask the knowledgeable.
Don't ask the Quran. Don't ask the Quran. Don't ask your scholars for the tafsir.
If I were a scholar of the Quran,
ask the
if only
snake oil peddler on the corner, known as the imam.
Who knows who is more knowledgeable?
Snake oil peddler. Ask him. He'll straighten it out.
Listen to me. If I wanted to do it myself, I can. But I just don't want to do it myself, Horatio. If I were to give you an explanation, I can do it right now. I can. I mean,
let's hear it.
What's the point of it? I don't want to make things up about the book that I believe in.
Okay.
I can't straighten out myself too, but I don't want to do it because I don't know how the imam is going to explain the verse. So I would definitely listen to his explanation and tell you if I were convinced or not. Even if I weren't convinced, I would tell you that I wasn't convinced. There are verses, which kind of make me sometimes, go a little bit, like I'm like, it's not like I believed in the book and then I've just shut down my cognitive faculty, and I'm like, okay, all of it is true. There are things that, of course, when I read it, I'm like, man, this is quite something, like the way I'm looking at it. So it's okay.
By the way, this is Ibn Kathir.
Ibn Kathir, yeah. I don't, take his tafsir to be the authority. Of course, there are people who do it, and they're like, he is like one of the best, but of course, he's a human being, so he can make mistakes.
Yeah, very conveniently when it goes
Very
wrong.
conveniently, yes.
Yeah. Oops, this doesn't sound good. He must be wrong.
Must be wrong, yeah. Must be wrong.
Yeah.
About it, like the way you're saying it, because it just Horatio, the thing is, at least I get it if the God did it, like, in a way to kind of just turn them against each other, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if he does it willfully, right? If it's not like they don't have any, let's say, anything to do with it, like God made them do it, they were kind of it was shoved down their throats in a way, then it is a problem. But if they did it, they have their part in it, it's okay. I mean,
they have
but
their part. They have their part because they're human beings arguing over shit. But on top of that is your God installing and instilling enmity and hatred until the day of resurrection. On top of the problems of getting along with each other as different sects of Christianity, on top of that, your God is piling on. Well, now they're a mess. I'm going to make them more of a mess because I'm all knowing and I am most merciful.
okay.
It doesn't jive. It's a red flag. It tells you this might be written by angry men.
Okay. Just a moment, Horatio. So Amel, did you look it up? Hey, wake up, girl.
Yeah,
So, what do you think about it?
I think it's a punishment because it's not direct punishment. Like they
You think
were
it's a consequence of their action, or God did it? Like,
yeah, because they I think they separated into groups, and then
yes, acts. Mm-hmm.
it's accepted that they will have some
Yeah,
trouble.
because I have read it, in the Quran that God says if they were to be, let's say, like
And
if they put aside their resentment and their prejudice, then they can come together. Because I've read it somewhere in the Quran, but
and
it's
it doesn't happen. He didn't say like all of them.
Look,
not all of them.
The
It's a specific group.
tafsir says we planted enmity and hatred between them, and they will remain like this until the day of resurrection. That's your tafsir explaining what was meant.
Horatio,
we planted. When you plant a flower, who's responsible? Responsible for that flower.
Horatio, I'll give it to
Like
you. Like,
they were believing in right religion, and after that they changed it, and so it's a punishment. You can consider it as a punishment. For example,
Who's punishing who? How early is this punishment coming? He's supposed to punish them at the end of their life to decide whether or not they're good or bad.
Why?
It says
Why do you expect God to do that? For example,
your friend over here says Allah does not interfere. That's what he said. And you're saying he does early with punishment. So you're saying two different things already.
No, Horatio. He does interfere when there's a messenger. When there's a messenger among them, he doesn't.
We're not talking about messengers. We're talking about hatred being planted in them.
Okay. Okay. Let her finish. Let's see what she's saying.
Well, I'm just saying, you said there's no interference, and she's saying there is. So now you two don't even agree.
All right. Okay. Yes, Amel, carry on. Finish your thoughts.
No, I don't have anything else to add. Actually, I don't know.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Maybe you want to argue with her that you're saying there's no interference. She's saying
Horatio,
she's saying that Allah is punishing them early while they're still alive. It's a punishment. You don't agree with that, do you? You don't agree with that, do you?
Why do you want us to turn on each other, Horatio? Why?
No, I listen. Don't twist it. I'm telling you, you both don't agree. So I don't understand. Is there interference or not?
You know, I would say again, if there is a messenger, God does interfere, but He does
You're
not
bringing
interfere.
up something entirely different.
Again.
You're running
I would say
away.
again.
You're running
I
away
won't
from the
chicken out.
issue in front of you.
Okay, I won't chicken out. Okay, I'm gonna say it.
All right.
God does not, influence our decisions. Okay, He does not. Like He leaves it to us. He leaves it to us, like we are.
How do you
like,
get
it
past the
is our will.
phrase? How do
It
you
is our
get
will.
past the phrase? We planted enmity
That's why I'm
and
saying,
hatred
Horatio, I'll have
between
to
them.
listen to the Imam. Horatio, I will have to listen to the Imam, Horatio. I'm telling you.
How do those words leave you confused? That you have to go to an imam. How does that leave you confused? We planted enmity and hatred between them, and it will stay that way till the day of resurrection.
I got it, Horatio.
And that's confusing to you?
You already drilled it into my head. I get it, but let me listen to my Imam's opinion.
Okay.
What's wrong with that? I mean,
I can't stop you. I can't stop you.
Yeah, of course. I mean, let me listen to him, and I'll tell you what I
Just
think.
don't buy anything from him because it probably doesn't work.
Okay, if it's like, I would say, if I don't want to use that phrase, but if it sounds like a little woo woo to me, I wouldn't believe it. Okay, if it made sense, I believe in it. Okay.
All right. Good luck with that.
So, all right. So, do you want to change the subject right now, or do you want me to go and listen to the Imam and come back?
Oh, I'll change the subject. I'm not waiting for you. So if there's no conversation here, I'm out.
I can do it. I mean, I have no problem.
I'm not waiting around for 10, 15 minutes. Oh, you'll talk, in other words. Okay.
Yeah, I'll talk.
Yeah, I'm not going to wait for you to come back and tell me.
We could talk about it. We could talk about tomorrow. No problem.
That's not a very big topic that we should figure out right now. You can postpone. He can search later on. He can join again. Then, if you want, you can discuss later on. So yeah, no pressure here.
Yeah.
All righty then. Who was the young lady that was talking? Is she still here?
Yeah, she's still here.
Who is it?
Mal.
Speak up for yourself, Amal. I don't have to be your mouthpiece.
Oh, Amal Talat?
Yeah, he's for the young lady, but I'm 30 years old.
Oh, well, you sound like a young lady. Now, you're still young. 30.
I'm kidding. I'm young.
Oh, you're younger than 30.
Yeah,
Okay. How old are you? As long as we're on the subject.
22.
22?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you,
Now he
how
wants-
old are you?
72.
He wants to save you, Mel. He wants to save you. You're getting
My
brainwashed
God.
and indoctrinated.
I got a half a century on you.
Guys, age is just a number, right?
No, it's not just a
No,
number. It's
not just a
reality.
number.
And
Yeah.
everybody faces it. This 22-year-old will one day be 72 like me, or she'll be dead. One or the other.
Yeah. Death is the ultimate reality.
Is it just a number? This sentence, I hate it from a guy who was younger than me, and he had a crush on me.
Like,
so it is just a number.
Age is just a number.
He had
Age
a
is
crush
just a
on
number.
you. Okay. Okay.
What is
part of an argument?
he had a crush on you, and then what happened?
I'm kidding. Like someone who younger than you, he would say age is a number.
Oh yeah.
Some 16-year-old wants to make love to you. It's just a number. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, age is just a number. Is like saying that beauty is skin deep. Like beauty is supposed to be skin deep. Like
Okay, guys.
how deep do you want it to be? I mean,
Guys, age is not a number. Okay. No.
Yeah, age is not just a number.
And beauty is not just skin deep. I mean, it is skin deep, right? What do you want? Do you want beautiful kidneys or beautiful liver, whatever? Like, I mean, as long as you have beautiful body, that's enough.
Some people live up to 100. They are good health. Come on.
We're all on the same timeline. What you can rejoice in is the age that you are, especially if you're 22. You are at this moment young, vital, energetic. The world is in front of you. That you
World is
can
your oyster.
rejoice in, but it doesn't change anything. You're still on the very same timeline that got me here. You're on that very same timeline. The same one that got me to be 72, that's the one you're on. And you either reach it or you're dead.
You know, nowadays people spend
You
their
can
20s
die at
in
any moment
meditation.
right now.
Anybody could die any moment. Yeah, I understand. But look, the thing is, the young people like to rejoice in the fact that they're young, and I don't blame them. The moment is what's most important, really. And so, if you're 22, I can't upset you with anything. You don't give a shit what the 17-year-old guy says.
Yeah, present's all you got.
Yeah. Well, the future is all you got. The present is constantly getting away from you.
Yeah, but we're talking in the present. Of course, it passes right away. I mean, but still, it's present is what we got.
Yeah. Well, I like to think of it as the future is all you got. Because you could
Yeah,
never
that's why.
hold on. You can never hold on
That's
to
why
the
I
present.
believe in religion, because I care about my future. But I'm still a sinner. That's a problem.
Yeah.
Guys, what do you tell to the people who spend their 20s on social media and iPads?
You can tell whatever you want to tell to maybe tell Amel, or you can even tell me because I'm also in my early 20s. Because I'm also on social media right now.
I see a romance.
This is not social media. This is free for talk.
No, but you can call it the media or something.
Guys, I just ran away from social media and come here. That's why.
I think I've shot my load.
You know,
for now.
I switch from Instagram to you.
Media. It's like out of the pan into the fire. That's what happened to you.
Okay, that's good news.
Okay. If you guys are interested in reading, I'll be doing a room in an hour or so where we'll be reading some book. It's most likely going to be a nonfiction.
Nonfiction. That's cool.
Nonfiction, yeah. If you guys are up for it, you may want to join my room.
When?
In an hour or so.
Okay.
Like at around 11 Pakistani time. So Pakistan is +5 GMT or UTC.
Okay.
Thank you, teacher. That's so much kind of you.
I moved here permanently. Not really, Julie. Are you the same Julie who was on High Local? Because you're mentioning High Local. Okay. I didn't move here permanently. Like I've known this platform way before High Local, Julie. Like I started using Free for Talk in 2019. You know, the first time.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I got to know about a High Local from somebody on, Free for Talk.
Oh.
And then I, applied there to become a trainer. So, yeah, because I'm not as active. I was very active in 2021, and even in 2022, I was active here. Yeah, because I became a trainer on High Local in 2022. to be exact, it was March 30th. So before High Local, I was mostly on Free for Talk or on Hollow. Yeah. So
Yeah, of course. Like one time, a guy here told me that people on Free for Talk are very intelligent, very successful people, all of them. You know. So.
Who said that?
All of
I'm not
them.
intelligent nor successful.
Who said that?
Oh, you're such a humble guy.
I'm telling you that. I mean, I'm not intelligent nor successful. Maybe I'm a tiny bit intelligent, but I'm not successful at all, I would say. So
Amal, what you're saying?
كفاك تواضع يا أخي. He
Yeah,
can't
I mean,
understand.
What you
What-
said?
translation, Amel. Translation.
She said, who told that? Who told me this? I told her, I don't know, some guy from India. I forgot his name.
Okay, from India. Okay.
Welcome, guys. Oh, who's this guy, Ashley? You know, guys, Ashley is just a good brand name in furniture.
Who's Yassine?
It's a password, but Okay, since you guys are not interested in anymore, some people are interested in furniture, some people are interested in books. Maybe it's better to end the stream.
The YouTube stream?
Yeah.
What's the stream? Like, I haven't seen any streaming here.
Not here on YouTube, man.
You're you're being broadcast media.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. The whole world listens to
Wow.
you. It's a moment. Have
Of
it.
course.
That's my intellectual property, guys. You have to keep my rights. Oh my goodness.
You should be careful about warnings.
Intellectual property.
I didn't see the warnings.
It's okay.
So,
That shows how intellectual you are, media.
let me try now to like fix it for those audience.
Okay, yeah,
on
fix it.
YouTube.
Fix it.
Guys, I was just kidding, okay?
Very interesting.
Oh, okay.
What is wrong with my action center? It's not working. Just want to request a bit experienced.